Chapter 300. When the golden light shot out, the faces of everyone present quickly became solemn. This is a formation? Xiao Yan's eyes scanned his surroundings and involuntarily frowned. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was covered by the golden light. Hundreds of golden lights scattered in the empty space. Under Mu Han's control, each cluster of golden lights spread out to form a barrier. All the barriers joined together and sealed Mu Han's group, as well as Xiao Yan's group, within them. Although Xiao Yan wanted to use the sky extinction step to leave this place, the barriers had already been joined together. Regardless of how fast he was unable to leave this space. Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces were grave as they looked at the barrier. Compared to an alchemist, a formation master was truly terrifying in a real battle. The strength of an alchemist was due to the miraculous effects of their medicinal pills. They were able to revive the dead, turn the tides and save lives. On the other hand, a formation master could use the advantage of a formation to attack and defend, using offense as defense and defense as offense. Compared to an alchemist who restrained his edge, a formation master's edge was completely exposed. Xiao Yan's body moved and arrived in front of the barrier. Although the strength in his body was still present, he was not seriously injured. Hence, Xiao Yan's right fist was tightly clenched when his body paused. His right arm, which had just recovered, was once again filled with strength. Dou Qi swiftly gathered in his palm as he lifted his right fist. Xiao Yan's body tilted slightly to the side and his fist violently smashed downwards. Octane blast. Clang. The ferocious fist carried a frightening strength as it smashed onto the barrier. In the end, a clear sound similar to that of a bell was emitted in exchange for circular ripples that appeared like water waves. The ripples disappeared and the barrier returned to its original state. Its undamaged appearance caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily sink a little. The sturdiness of this barrier had far exceeded his imagination. Xiao Yan's octane blast appeared to have little effect in front of this barrier. Although it was able to scatter some of the energy on the barrier, the entire barrier would once again return to its original state in the blink of an eye. If this continued, even if Xiao Yan punched 100 times, he still wouldn't be able to break the barrier. When Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this, they couldn't help but feel a slight chill in their hearts. With the defensive strength of this barrier, it was likely that the three of them would have to attack together to have a chance of shattering it. However, Mu Han was right before them. If they wanted to restrain Mu Han, only Gu Li and Wang Chang would be able to join hands. Only then would they be able to restrain Mu Han for a short period of time. Once the battle dragged on, they would also be no match for Mu Han. I used a total of 300 formation discs to create this barrier. Even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not be able to break through it if he were to use his full strength for 2 to 4 hours. Do you really think that you can break through it by force? Mu Han's eyes stared at Xiao Yan as the corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful sneer. As a 9-star half-martial emperor and a rank 3 formation master, he possessed absolute confidence and certainty in being able to defeat a mere Xiao Yan. Hearing Mu Han's words, Xiao Yan's heart grew even heavier. Although Mu Han's words were more or less exaggerated, the terror of this barrier was real. Xiao Yan had no choice but to admit that with his current strength, it would indeed be very difficult for him to break through this barrier. Boom! However, just when Xiao Yan's heart was feeling heavy, a thunder-like explosion suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face was filled with shock the moment this explosion was emitted. He ignored the waves of pain that were being emitted from the remaining injuries within his body. His body suddenly moved, and the sky extinction step was unleashed. After which, he turned around and pulled back. However, when Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the location of the explosion with a frightened expression, his expression could not help but become stunned in the next instant. Outside the barrier, there was an old man who was forming seals with both of his hands. In the void before him, a huge finger that was emitting golden light was rapidly condensing. Seeing Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over, the old man immediately laughed out loud and said, I have long heard that Xiao Yan is very talented. However, I have long heard that although Mr. Yan Xiao looks simple, his strength far surpasses his cultivation. This old man still did not believe it. However, after seeing it today, Mr. is indeed a dragon amongst men. Mister, you are too kind. However, I wonder why you are doing this? Hearing the old man's words of praise, Xiaoyan cupped his hands and replied with a smile. This old man is also a person who loves talents. Seeing that Mr. Yan Xiao is in trouble, I am willing to lend you a hand. In that case, many thanks to Mr. for lending a hand. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's heart immediately relaxed. Following which, a smile of having survived a disaster appeared on his face. He hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked the old man. Mr. Yan Xiao is too courteous. My name is Zhongli. Mr. Yan Xiao can just call me by my name. This old man shall not be courteous and call you Brother Yan Xiao. Brother Zhongli. Xiao Yan immediately laughed out loud. Someone had lent a helping hand. This originally caused Xiao Yan to be extremely surprised. Currently, it was merely a form of address. Naturally, Xiao Yan would not hesitate at all. After the two of them spoke, the huge finger in front of Zhongli was completely condensed. After which, he casually pointed. The golden finger carried an earth-shattering and terrifying aura as it violently smashed towards the barrier. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The entire barrier that was formed by the formation immediately trembled. Wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly spread over the barrier. However, even though this was the case, the barrier was still intact after the strength of the golden finger was completely exhausted. Seeing this scene, Zhongli involuntarily frowned. This formation of Muhans was indeed quite extraordinary. Zhongli, it is unexpected that even you dare to intervene in this matter of the old man. This brat has really given all of you a great amount of courage. Muhan's face was gloomy as he looked at Zhongli. His words were filled with disdain. Do you really think that you can defeat the old man with just your motley crew? A low and deep stern cry sounded. Spiritual strength immediately surged out wildly from between Muhan's eyebrows. The seals in his hands swiftly changed and the large formation that covered the entire space also began to change. Muhan waved his hand and a couple of rays of light shot out. They swiftly entered the formation and disappeared. With a stern cry, Muhan's body suddenly shot explosively towards the Gu Li duo. At the same time, he flipped his palm and Do Chi gathered. A palm was violently thrown towards the two of them. Bang! A frightening Do Chi wave swiftly swept out with the three of them in the middle. It violently smashed onto the barrier and formed circular ripples. After a couple of breaths, the arm of Muhan, who was clashing with the Gu Li duo, suddenly shook. Frightening Do Chi once again poured out and forcefully shattered the Do Chi of the two. The Gu Li duo were also implicated when their Do Chi was broken. They let out a muffled groan. Their faces were somewhat pale as they swiftly pulled back. When their bodies came to a stop, the palms under their sleeves trembled uncontrollably. The strength of a 9-star ban emperor was indeed frightening. Even though the two of them had attacked together, it was still incomparably difficult for them to block Muhan. Yan Xiao, quick, break the barrier and quickly leave this place. If this drags on any longer, this fellow will become serious. At that time, it is likely that none of us will be able to escape. Quick! Gu Li's stern cry was once again transmitted over. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he turned his head around. His gaze once again gathered on the barrier in front of him. Although there was only him and Zhongli, this barrier was really extraordinary. After being strengthened by Muhan earlier, this barrier was even harder to break. Damn it! I don't believe that I am unable to deal with this broken barrier when I have already killed an 8-star ban emperor. Seeing the increasingly grave expressions on the faces of the Gu Li duo, the current Xiao Yan finally became completely serious. Chapter 301. God Seal Skill. Ancient God Seal. Break it. The God Seal skill was quickly unleashed. A huge golden hand was accompanied by a destructive aura as it ruthlessly smashed onto the barrier. However, the final result was the same as before. It only stirred a circular energy ripple. Once the ripple disappeared, the barrier once again returned to its original state. Damn it! Does this broken formation not have any loopholes? Xianxia involuntarily let out a stern and furious roar after seeing the barrier once again return to its original state. Although they had Zhongli's help, it was likely that the both of them would need at least 2 hours to shatter this barrier with their strength. However, it was impossible for the Gu Li duo to do so within 2 hours. With Mu Han's strength, he could completely rely on his own strength to suppress the two of them if he were to go all out. Just like the current situation, if this were to continue, it was likely that Gu Li and Gu Li would be completely defeated in at most an hour. At that time, Xiaoyan could only rely on himself to face Mu Han alone. Old Demon who, on the other hand, had swiftly left after finishing off Yan Bing while Xiaoyan's group and Mu Han were not paying attention. It was clearly too late to search for him now. Hence, he was the first person who could not be relied on. He, smelly brat, what is it? Without this old man, you must not feel good fighting alone, right? Gu Yu's faint mocking laughter was finally transmitted at this critical moment. It was like a life-saving straw, causing Xiaoyan to rejoice in his heart. Old Gu, quickly help me take a look at how I can break this formation. Xiaoyan did not have the mood to joke around with Gu Yu's mocking words. He hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired about the trouble he was currently facing. Gu Yu involuntarily spat at Xiaoyan upon hearing this question. Only then did he investigate the barrier in front of him. This formation is not bad. A moment later, Gu Yu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, uttered a sentence that caused Xiaoyan's expression to change. His heart felt grave as he praised. However, Gu Yu quickly opened his mouth and smiled at Xiaoyan. However, that's only for you. If it were me, I wouldn't even look at it. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's tense heart relaxed once again. His body softened. Xiaoyan's head was covered in cold sweat as he spoke to Gu Yu in his heart. Old man, I'll have to trouble you to finish your sentence in one go next time. Otherwise, even if I'm not beaten to death by him, I'll be scared to death by you. Gu Yu smiled embarrassedly and then returned to normal. He checked the barrier in front of Xiaoyan again and then smiled at Xiaoyan. Although a formation master is different from an alchemist, the formation of a formation also originates from spiritual strength. You should be clear about this point. Xiaoyan nodded in his heart. It must be said that a formation master and an alchemist were essentially the same. The only difference was that one specialized in strength, while the other specialized in defense. This spirit formation is merely the most ordinary spirit formation. It uses the power of 300 formation discs to condense and form a spirit formation to trap someone within it. A spirit formation as large as this would, at the very most, be able to trap some ordinary 8-star half-martial emperors. Furthermore, it would not be able to trap them for long. However, to the current Mu Han, this spirit formation is sufficient. Xiaoyan carefully listened to Gu Yu's analysis. His body remained motionless. This caused Zhongli, who was outside the boundary, to be surprised. He did not believe that Xiaoyan was someone who would give up so easily. On the other side, the Gu Li duo had solemn expressions as they did their best to resist Mu Han. From the corner of their eyes, they saw that Xiaoyan was actually standing motionless in the air. The two of them could not help but be startled. However, because of this, they were almost seriously injured by Mu Han. This fellow, what exactly is he doing? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. After another collision, Gu Li and Qi Lin were forced back 1,000 feet by Mu Han. The two of them quickly glanced at Xiaoyan. Qi Lin frowned and spoke with a solemn expression. Gu Li shook his head to express his helplessness. Although he was extremely curious about Xiaoyan, he also felt extremely helpless. You dare to be distracted while fighting with this old man? At this moment, Mu Han's bone-chilling laughter was heard once again. The two of them swiftly moved and once again entered into a difficult and bitter battle with Mu Han. Buzz! Suddenly Xiaoyan, who had his eyes shut, opened them. His aura once again recovered to its peak. His sharp gaze swept across the barrier. However, it was like a cold blade had swept past, leaving behind a thin scratch on the barrier. Zhongli, who was outside the barrier, involuntarily let out a surprised exclamation when he saw the sudden change in Xiaoyan's aura. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. Both of his arms swiftly turned into dragon arms. When the dragon arms appeared, regardless of whether it was the visual effect or the invisible ancestor dragon's pressure, it caused one's breathing to become a little heavy. If one was struck by this punch, it was likely that even if one did not use Do Qi, just the barbaric strength alone would be enough to cause one to feel extremely painful. Bang. An explosive cry that paused between each word was like a thunderclap. The enormous fist that was covered in dragon scales violently smashed onto a certain spot on the barrier. 8 layers of hidden force suddenly exploded, stirring up wave-like energy ripples on the barrier. Bang! A fist had just landed when another fist smashed down. The continuous bombardment caused the entire barrier to emit waves of trembling sounds. Clang! 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 Brother Zhongli, lend me a hand. Coming. Just as Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Zhongli, who was outside, also blasted his palm forward without the slightest hesitation. Terrifying Do Qi poured out like a torrential flood, ruthlessly smashing onto the spot that Xiaoyan had just attacked. That spot was where one of the 300 formation discs of the Great Array was located. A towering hand. Yellow spring palm. With a stern shout, Xiaoyan's 2 palms violently blasted forward, simultaneously bombarding the barrier in front of him. Terrifying explosions reverberated throughout the entire lightning pool. Compared to the intense battle at Mu Han's side, Xiaoyan's attack attracted the attention of these half-martial emperors even more. They had never seen a 3-star half-martial emperor erupt with such terrifying strength that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would feel ashamed of. However, today they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Under the wild and indiscriminate bombardment of Xiaoyan and Zhongli, the strength of the barrier was gradually weakened. The originally bright golden light barrier appeared dim and lightless at this moment. The thick barrier was only left with a thickness of 2 inches. It appeared as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's and Zhongli's hearts did not dare to be careless. The defensive strength of the barrier in front of them had far exceeded their imagination. After all, it was the strength of 300 formation plates. Even they could not ignore it. Once they relaxed, it was likely that this barrier would recover greatly in an instant. At that time, all their efforts would be in vain. Bang! However, just as Xiaoyan's side was doing their best to shatter the barrier, on the other side, Gu Li and Qi Lin were ultimately no match for Mu Han. The latter fought against the 2 of them alone and defeated them. After a collision, the 2 of them were finally unable to endure and were sent flying once again. Blood violently spurted from their mouths, and their faces instantly became as pale as paper. Their deep eyes gradually lost their luster, and their auras fell to the bottom. Although they did not die, they had fallen to the point of being seriously injured. Humph! 2 reckless fools. Do you really think that you can fight against this old man? Mu Han coldly laughed. His tone was filled with disdain. If it were not for the special status of these 2, why would he have held back? He would have killed them long ago. A long while later, Mu Han finally lifted his somewhat bored eyes and looked toward Xiaoyan, who was continuously bombarding the barrier. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into an icy smile. This old man wants to see who will be able to protect you without the 2 of them. Chapter 302. Mu Han waved his hand after his words sounded. Turbulent Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm, emitting a frightening aura. Soon after, Mu Han's body suddenly moved and he charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. Damn it! Stop him! Seeing Mu Han charging towards Xiaoyan, the expressions of the Gu Li duo immediately changed. They cried out furiously and dragged their injured bodies to block Mu Han. However, Mu Han merely laughed coldly when he saw this. He flipped his hand and an array plate instantly shot out. 2 flickering golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the air. God-trapping formation. The Gu Li duo could not help but be slightly startled when they saw this formation. Their originally pale faces immediately became serious. However, before they could dodge, the flickering golden light had already enveloped the 2 of them. This god-trapping formation had the same function as the large formation that was currently enveloping this entire space. Although there was only one formation plate, its function was not inferior to the large formation. Gu Li still clearly remembered that Mu Han had relied on this formation to trap a 9-star half-martial emperor expert for an entire year. From the beginning to the end, this grand formation had not been broken by that 9-star half-martial emperor in the slightest. Although there was no lack of Mu Han reinforcing the formation, this was sufficient to see how frightening this god-trapping formation was. Fortunately, although this god-trapping formation was powerful and even a 9-star half-martial emperor would not be able to avoid being at a disadvantage, the area that it covered was unusually small. It was only 1,000 feet in radius. Moreover, the most fatal flaw of this god-trapping formation was that it could only be used once every 3 months. Once it was forcefully used, the formation plate would only end up being destroyed. After casually trapping the Gu Li duo, Mu Han's expression once again recovered its iciness. His body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan appeared to be completely ignorant. Both of his fists violently smashed the barrier in front of him. However, the strength that he smashed out was much weaker than before. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's strength seemed to have rapidly shrunk. It was incomparably strange. However, the current Mu Han saw that Xiaoyan was already very close to him. Hence, he did not carefully investigate. His body flashed a few times and appeared not far behind Xiaoyan. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared behind Xiaoyan. The shadow of Mu Han's well-built body covered Xiaoyan's seemingly thin and weak body. Mu Han's large palm was swiftly raised. A frightening pressure wantonly spread from his palm. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan appear to have just reacted, a shocked expression on his pale face. However, it faintly revealed a sense of mystery. Haha, Yan Xiao, prepare to die. Today, this old man will take revenge for Mo Hui. I will use your blood to comfort Mo Hui's soul in heaven. Although Xiaoyan had awakened at the crucial moment, Mu Han did not give him much time. Seeing the frightened expression on the latter's face, Mu Han felt incomparably excited in his heart. He could not help but laugh wildly in a savage manner. By the time Xiaoyan regained his senses and reacted, Mu Han's palm, which was filled with power, had already firmly pressed against Xiaoyan's back. Immediately, the turbulent Do Qi carried a frightening aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it wildly poured out and surged into Xiaoyan's body. Without Mu Han's control, the wild and violent Do Qi became unusually ferocious. It was as if it had transformed into numerous wild and savage magic beasts that wreaked havoc within Xiaoyan's body. Mu Han's face was filled with a savage smile as he looked at Xiaoyan, whose body was rapidly expanding in front of him. Both of his eyes were filled with madness. However, when Xiaoyan's body had expanded to an extremely frightening extent, Mu Han finally discovered that something was amiss. Following the explosion of Xiaoyan's body, not a single drop of blood flowed out from under his skin. Instead, there was an illusory and strange fog. That fog was the product that was formed after the spiritual strength had materialized. This is a spiritual avatar. Mu Han's expression was shocked as he cried out sternly. His exclamation was like thunder as it resounded within the lightning pool of the void. After Mu Han's words sounded, Xiaoyan, whose body had swelled to its limit, revealed an even more frightening smile on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, bang! A frightening explosion resounded across the sky. This was equivalent to the full-force self-destruction of a 1-star half-emperor. In the current lightning pool of the void, it could be considered an extremely frightening strength. Clang, 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 clang. The instant Xiaoyan self-destructed, the frightening destructive power ruthlessly smashed into the barrier behind him. The barrier's defense was rapidly weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the entire battlefield started to violently tremble. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in this space. The frightening might was extremely shocking. When that power swept out, even some of the 7-star half-emperors who had entered the lightning pool of the void involuntarily revealed grave expressions. Although the power produced by the self-destruction was not enough to kill them in one strike, it was enough for them to face it head-on. At the very least, it was impossible for them to ignore it. When those 8-star half-emperors saw Xiao Yan self-destructing, they were shocked by the power produced by the self-destruction. At the same time, they could not help but feel that it was a pity. Xiao Yan was a heaven's pride. If he were to mature, his future achievements would definitely not be inferior to Mu Han's. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Yan Xiao. Not far behind Zhongli was the edge of the battlefield. It was Xiao Yan who had warned him to withdraw. Originally, when he saw the confident expression on Xiao Yan's face, he also thought that Xiao Yan would have confidence in himself. However, never did he imagine that the ending would be like this. Sigh, how could this brat be so reckless? That guy Mu Han is a 9-star half-emperor. Even if you self-destructed, did you really think that you would be able to kill him? Such a great cultivation talent, truly a pity. Zhongli frowned as he looked at the center of the explosion. He could not help but feel pity for Xiao Yan in his heart. He sighed and shook his head. Now that Xiao Yan had self-destructed, it was impossible for him to survive. Thus, Zhongli no longer had the heart to wade into this muddy water. He turned around and prepared to leave. The reason why he had helped Xiao Yan earlier was because he had taken a fancy to Xiao Yan's future potential. However, since this was the result, he would naturally not stay behind and cause trouble for himself. Even though Xiao Yan had self-destructed right beside Mu Han, the disparity in strength between the two of them was still there. With Mu Han's abilities, he would naturally be able to completely block Xiao Yan's self-destruction. Compared to these outsiders, Gu Li and Qi Lin revealed a slightly relaxed expression at this moment. They naturally knew that the self-destructing Xiao Yan before them was not the real Xiao Yan. Instead, it was only his clone. This was something that the two of them had come to know after the auction. When they had found out that Xiao Yan actually possessed a Band D-class clone, the two of them had sighed in their hearts. The two of them had trained bitterly for half their lives to reach the Band D class. However, in the end, they were actually unable to compare to a clone of Xiao Yan. However, from the looks of the current situation, this clone of Xiao Yan's was indeed not bad. Although its strength could not be compared to the actual body, its usefulness was not the least bit inferior. At the very least, it was able to produce an unexpected effect at such a crucial moment. A thunder-like cry was emitted. Within the Doqi storm, a bright golden-colored Doqi light pillar suddenly shot upward and entered the endless darkness. At the same time, the fog that had been agglomerated after the storm appeared to have been pulled by something under this stern cry. It spiraled around the light pillar and swiftly flew up. It transformed into numerous fog snakes that disappeared into the empty space. Brat, you have quite a number of tricks. However, you really overestimate yourself if you think that you can injure the old me with just this. Haha, if you think that my clone is being used to deal with you, you are thinking too much. After the soft laughter sounded, an arm that was covered in purple gold dragon scales appeared from the empty space in front of the barrier at the spot where the explosion had occurred. A fist violently smashed onto the barrier, which was already unable to withstand a single blow. Crack. A clear cracking sound appeared. Mu Han abruptly turned around and saw Xiao Yan standing in front of the shattered barrier. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he smiled at him. Xiao Yan took a large stride forward and stepped out of this large array. Chapter 303. That is, Zhongli's face was filled with shock as he stared at Xiao Yan, who had stepped out of the barrier at this moment. His pair of turbid old eyes revealed a rich surprise. It really is Yan Xiao. Didn't he self-destruct just now? But why is it? Did Mu Han just say, it's a doppelganger? It's a spiritual doppelganger. After pondering for a while, Zhongli quickly understood. It was no wonder that Xiao Yan was still alive after self-destructing. It turned out that it was not his actual body that had self-destructed, but his spiritual doppelganger. However, it was also because of this that everyone was interested in Xiao Yan's spiritual doppelganger technique. Being able to create a doppelganger that possessed the strength of a half-emperor was much more practical than a puppet. Of course, These people were not so foolish as to fight with Xiao Yan for the cultivation technique. After their previous guesses, they were now even more curious about Xiao Yan's identity. Before they knew the truth, none of them would act rashly. After all, if Xiao Yan was really someone from a large faction, the faction behind him would definitely know who the culprit was if something happened to him. At that time, even if they obtained the cultivation technique and successfully cultivated it, they would still have to pay the price with their lives. Although treasures were good, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. To them, the most precious thing was not their own lives. Good lad. I knew that I would not be wrong. With such a high cultivation talent, how could he be so stupid? Ha! After figuring out the reason why Xiao Yan had self-destructed, Zhongli immediately laughed out loud. Hearing this, Zhongli turned his gaze to Zhongli and said with an apologetic smile, "I'm sorry, brother Zhongli. I didn't tell you beforehand." It's fine. As long as you are fine, it's fine. Hee, to be honest, I rarely see Master Mu make a fool of himself. After Zhongli's words sounded, everyone in the square turned their gazes towards Mu Han. When Mu Han heard these words, his originally extremely dark and cold expression instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, Mu Han's aura was still extremely vigorous. There was not a single wound on his body. The self-destruction of Xiao Yan's incarnation did not cause any substantial harm to Mu Han. In fact, it could be said that it was completely useless. However, to everyone's surprise, the current Mu Han appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. The long robe on his body had been completely shattered by the explosion. On his chest, there was an extremely conspicuous palm-sized red mark. From the looks of it, he was not completely unharmed in the explosion earlier. Hiss! When they saw this scene, the surrounding half-martial emperors couldn't help but stare at Mu Han in shock. Their mouths were wide open as they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to imagine that Mu Han, who not even a 9-star half-martial emperor could do anything to, would actually be injured by a 3-star half-martial emperor. Although this sort of injury could be ignored, it was still an insult to Mu Han. Yanxiao. Good. You're simply too good. Originally, I still wanted to play with you. However, I never expected that you would insist on seeking death. Since this is the case, don't blame this old man. Mu Han's old face was extremely dark and solemn as he sternly cursed. His vicious words were filled with an endless amount of killing intent. A furious golden flame was emitted from his turbid old eyes. Xiao Yan in front of him had truly angered him. However, in the face of Mu Han's cold words, Xiao Yan's deathly pale face did not reveal much of an expression. His somewhat unfocused pitch-black eyes slowly lifted up and looked towards Mu Han. Xiao Yan deeply inhaled a breath of air and slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Noisy. These 2 calm words caused the turbid old eyes of the bandit present to suddenly harden. Their mouths were slightly widened. In an instant, they were so shocked by Xiao Yan's words that they were unable to emit any sound. Xiao Yan's words could be considered extremely overbearing. In the entire ancient city, Xiao Yan was likely the first person who dared to use the word noisy to describe Mu Han. Of course, Xiao Yan was also the first person in the history of the ancient city to be able to injure Mu Han with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, even if it was only a superficial wound. Similarly, even in the entire southern region or even the entire continent, those who could injure a 9-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor were definitely existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. And these kinds of people would usually be fancied by some truly great powers. They would be recruited into their sects early on and become a potential asset of that power. At this very moment, the crowd could not help but doubt Xiao Yan's true identity once again. All kinds of guesses continuously emerged in their hearts. A half-martial emperor-level puppet, various kinds of high-class do skills, a strange martial technique clone, and an arrogant and unruly heart. All of these invisibly revealed Xiao Yan's mysterious background to the crowd. At this moment, even Mu Han's heart could not help but slightly sink. His originally calm heart had some fluctuations at this moment. If Xiao Yan was really a junior of some great power, then even if he was a 9-star half-martial emperor, he would still attract a fatal disaster. In this world, half-martial emperors could indeed be called experts. However, at the same time, they were also undeniably weak. In other words, they were ants. In front of a true expert, a half-step emperor was only a stage in the entire path of cultivation. Even though a half-step emperor was strong, there were still many people who could dominate a half-step emperor. Never forget that there was no end to cultivation. However, the situation had already been decided. The arrow was already on the bow and he had no choice but to release it. Even if he wanted to stop now, it was already too late. Furthermore, wasn't Mu Han's objective in entering the lightning pool this time around for Xiaoyan? Furthermore, Xiaoyan had killed his disciple. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. This was the way of the heavens. Unknowingly, the relationship between Mu Han and Xiaoyan had already reached a point of life and death. Brat, I don't care where you came from. Since you killed my disciple, this debt of blood must be repaid with your own blood. After a long while, a sinister expression appeared on Mu Han's old face once again. His gaze gradually turned sharp as he let out a bloodthirsty shout from the bottom of his heart. Mu Han lifted his gaze. His gaze was like a sharp arrow as it shot toward Xiaoyan. An invisible, sharp, overbearing aura caused the empty space between the two of them to become slightly distorted. Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but furrow his brows. The spiritual energy between his brows rapidly surged out and condensed into a wash-basin-sized formless shield in front of him. However, this shield was a lot weaker than the one he usually condensed. When the incarnation self-destructed, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem. However, at this moment, it was a burden to Xiaoyan. The arrow-like gaze pierced through the spiritual shield and the formless aura was blocked outside. Mu Han took advantage of the opportunity. The moment the spiritual shield dissipated, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, Mu Han's figure suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiaoyan like a ghost. Then he ruthlessly pressed his palm against Xiaoyan's chest. However, the instant Mu Han's palm pressed against Xiaoyan's chest, Xiaoyan, who was in front of Mu Han, was actually torn to pieces by the palm wind that followed. This brat's speed is quite fast. I'm afraid that even an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor wouldn't be able to achieve such speed. Mu Han's heart trembled slightly. This Xiaoyan was merely a 3-star half-D. If Xiaoyan's strength were to advance, it was likely that even Mu Han would be helpless in the face of this frightening speed. This brat must die in the lightning pool. Otherwise, there will be no end of troubles. Facing Xiaoyan, who was only a 3-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han finally felt a deep sense of seriousness toward Xiaoyan. Chapter 304. Ha! Mu Han's shriveled eagle claw ruthlessly tore through space and tore apart the figure before him. Mu Han's expression became increasingly gloomy. Originally, he had thought that with Mu Han's strength, no matter how fast Xiaoyan was, he would not be a match for him. However, the current situation was different. Zhongli had appeared on Xiaoyan's side. With Zhongli beside Xiaoyan, even Mu Han did not dare to disregard him. Thus, under Zhongli's suppression, Mu Han was unable to do anything to Xiaoyan. Just as Mu Han's body came to a stop, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly sounded from behind him. A palm filled with power was ruthlessly smashed toward Mu Han's back. Humph! Zhongli, do you really think that you have the ability to fight against me just because you've broken through to the peak of the 8-star half-martial emperor realm? Today, I'll let you experience what it means to be a 9-star half-martial emperor. Feeling the violent wind coming from behind him, Mu Han's expression became even more gloomy and cold. His arm shook and dou-qi gushed out from his palm under his sleeves. The dou-qi rapidly gathered in Mu Han's palm. As Zhongli was flying toward him from behind, Mu Han suddenly turned around and smashed his palm against Zhongli's palm. Boom! In an instant, a frightening energy storm swept forth. With the two palms as the center, the formless space started to crumble inch by inch. When the storm dispersed, a figure was miserably sent flying from the center of the explosion. From the looks of it, it was Zhongli. Zhongli's body flew back 100 feet. The muscles on his old face were slightly twitching due to the injuries he had received. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Although my strength is inferior to yours, it's fortunate that I'm not like you, whose strength hasn't increased in the slightest in the past several hundred years. Compared to you, my cultivation is much more meaningful. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. Just as Zhongli's words left his mouth, a stern shout that was filled with rage was immediately heard. Mu Han snorted. In a flash, he had already appeared on the right side of Zhongli's body. He lifted his right leg and a powerful whip kick ruthlessly smashed into Mu Han's back. Boom! Zhongli's body flew forward uncontrollably. At the same time, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Mu Han's figure flashed once again and arrived in front of Zhongli. He bent his fingers into a claw and ruthlessly clawed at Zhongli's back. From the looks of it, he wanted to pull out Zhongli's spine. Zhongli's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. He did not expect Mu Han's attack to be so vicious. Just as he was about to move, Mu Han's speed was faster. In an instant, his eagle claw-like hand had already arrived behind Zhongli and grabbed at his spine. If this claw were to grab him, even if Zhongli did not die, he would likely become a cripple in the future. Zhongli's heart felt heavy when he sensed the fierce aura emanating from Xianxia, and he could only hope that Xianxia would be able to swiftly make an appearance at the moment he persisted. Otherwise, his life would really be in danger. Die! Mu Han's face was filled with cruelty. The corner of his mouth curled up into a savage, beast-like smile as he grabbed down. Bang! However, just as Mu Han's hand was about to grab Zhongli's back, a muffled sound of flesh colliding suddenly rang out between the two of them, just like a balloon bursting. Zhongli's body continued to fly forward. At this moment, Mu Han, who was behind him, was looking at Xiaoyan in disbelief. His face was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the claw in front of Mu Han, which was originally about to grab Zhongli, was actually grabbed by Xiaoyan's palm. The huge dragon claw caused Mu Han to be involuntarily startled. However, by the time he reacted, Xiaoyan had already lifted his right leg. A powerful whip kick had already ruthlessly smashed onto Mu Han's chest. Bang! Mu Han's body was like a football as it drew an arc in the air. However, he quickly stabilized his body. When he lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes suddenly became bone-chilling, causing one to shudder. Octane Blast! With a stern cry, Xiaoyan threw another whip kick at Mu Han. However, just as Xiaoyan's leg was about to reach Xiaoyan's head, Mu Han's eagle claw-like hand suddenly lifted up and firmly locked onto Xiaoyan's ankle. No matter how powerful and overbearing Xiaoyan's Octane Blast was, he was still unable to escape from Mu Han's palm. What? Xiaoyan's heart was immediately shocked when he saw that Mu Han had actually forcefully broken his Octane Blast. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Mu Han parted his mouth and smiled when he saw this. He revealed a row of dense white teeth as he spoke in an icy cold tone. Humph! Brat, you are delusional to think that you can hurt me with this little strength of yours. You are simply dreaming. Once he said those words, Mu Han used even more strength to lock onto Xiaoyan's ankle. His shriveled finger actually forcefully pierced into the flesh of Xiaoyan's ankle. Bright red blood swiftly flowed out. Xiaoyan's expression was grave. He forcefully twisted his body in the air and kicked Mu Han once again. He wanted to increase the distance between the two of them. Humph! Mu Han once again let out a cold snort in response to this. The hand claw that was grabbing Xiaoyan's ankle abruptly twisted upward with great force. Xiaoyan's body flew up uncontrollably. His seemingly weak body was also flipped over. Without the slightest emotion, Mu Han ruthlessly threw out a punch. Following which, a small formation the size of a palm was successfully formed on Mu Han's fist. The power of Mu Han's punch was even more terrifying. Bang! Following a muffled bang sound, Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. He widened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow that shot toward Mu Han's face. Mu Han squinted his eyes and the anger in his heart soared. Golden light shot out from his pair of turbid old eyes and quickly formed a protective formation in front of him. He casually broke the blood arrow that was flying towards him. Immediately after, Mu Han quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Soul power surged out from between his eyebrows like a tidal wave. As the seals changed, a mysterious golden seal that was 100 feet tall appeared in front of Mu Han. Not good. Yan Xiao, retreat quickly. Seeing the golden seal, Zhong Li and Gu Li in the battleground cried out loudly to Xiao Yan at the same time. However, the owner of the golden seal, Mu Han, involuntarily emitted a mocking smile from his mouth in the face of this. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge it with his current condition. Not to mention that he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor. Even an 8-star half-martial emperor wouldn't be able to dodge it. Soul-subduing seal. Go. A low cry that contained some cold laughter sounded. The enormous golden seal in front of Mu Han suddenly emitted a bright and eye-catching golden glow. As the cry from Mu Han's mouth sounded, the glow from the enormous golden seal suddenly shook. It carried a sharp rushing wind sound as it charged toward Xiao Yan. Although the golden seal was 100 feet tall, its speed wasn't slow at all. In addition, the distance between the golden seal and Xiao Yan was only a few hundred feet. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the golden seal had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. A frightening hurricane swept across the empty space. The sharp pressure caused people to be unable to breathe. Xiao Yan's body felt numb under the strong wind. The skin and muscles on his face appeared distorted at this moment. However, Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes appeared to be as calm as an old well when faced with the approaching golden seal. The spiritual strength between his brows swiftly agglomerated on the surface of his body. The dou qi within his body wildly surged out as though it was free of charge. At this moment, an extremely beautiful fire wheel was rotating at an extremely fast speed under Xiao Yan's sleeves. Xiao Yan stopped his body with some difficulty. He stared at the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. His pitch-black eyes reflected a dazzling golden light. Chapter 305. Inside the lightning pool, the golden barrier slowly dissipated, and the 300 formation discs became useless. Somewhere in the void, Gu Li and Qi Lin were trapped inside the god-trapping formation. The battle between the North King and Zhang Hao was coming to an end. Mod and Yan Bing stood outside the battlefield and watched the battle. Yan Bing's gaze was sharp, while Mod's face was dark. There was a sinister and greedy smile on his face. At this moment, the mighty soul-suppressing seal was emitting a dazzling golden light in the sky. A terrifying pressure was emitted from it. Although it was far away, it still made the half-step emperors who were at the periphery of the battle feel solemn. Mu Han was known as one of the Wildlands' twin hegemons. Naturally, he possessed a certain level of strength. If his cultivation as a 9-star half-emperor was enough to make him one of the 2 most powerful individuals in the Wildlands' ancient city, then his mastery of formations and dou skills were what gave him this title. The soul-suppressing seal was a mid-human soul skill. Although it wasn't a true dou skill, it was undoubtedly much stronger than Xiao Yan's netherworld divine wrath. The soul-suppressing seal was like all other soul skills. It used spiritual power as the foundation of the soul skill. It used powerful spiritual power to form a soul imprint that possessed frightening damage. When the soul-suppressing seal was unleashed, it would directly attack a person's spirit and injure their origin. If it was light, their origin would be damaged, and their strength would be affected. If it was serious, their soul would be destroyed and they would die. Compared to dou qi, soul imprints were more direct and domineering. However, in terms of strength, soul imprints were slightly inferior to dou qi. As the true master of this continent, people's control of dou qi far surpassed their spiritual strength. After all, not everyone was like alchemists and formation masters who were born with a frightening spiritual strength that far exceeded an ordinary person. Naturally, there would be very few people who would have the thought of training their spiritual strength. Although they were inferior, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were trapped in the god-trapping formation, and Zhong Li, who was quite injured in the void, were staring at Xiao Yan with serious expressions on their faces. The gigantic soul-subduing seal was like a giant god as it charged toward Xiaoyan. Its overbearing aura tore through the void. No one in this space believed that they would be able to withstand Mu Han's attack. While this soul-suppressing seal was a human-class soul skill, it was also one of the Do skills that Mu Han was famous for. It had overturned Mu Han's countless past achievements. Almost every single time, the soul-suppressing seal would be of great use to Mu Han in a battle. It had even saved Mu Han's life a couple of times. The current Mu Han possessed the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. He could be said to be a true expert. When he used the soul-suppressing seal again, how could an ordinary half-martial emperor possibly withstand its might? Outside the arena, the half-martial emperors stared at the soul-suppressing seal with solemn gazes. Many of them were secretly calculating in their hearts. If they were to face Mu Han's soul-suppressing seal, how confident would they be even if they were at their peak condition? As such, there was no need to mention Xiaoyan, who was currently facing the soul-suppressing seal. Sigh, what a pity. Such a genius. If he wasn't overly arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. We should discipline our juniors properly when we return. It's best if they don't follow in his footsteps. Pitiful sighs could be heard from the half-martial emperors outside the arena. They all felt that Xiaoyan was too unreasonable. That was why he had stirred up trouble everywhere. However, they didn't consider that if MOD wasn't unreasonable, so many things wouldn't have happened between him and Xiaoyan. In the end, it even alarmed a 9-star half-martial emperor. In all of this, Xiaoyan was arrogant and overbearing. However, he had his own capabilities. However, MOD was the mastermind behind all of this. Inside the god-trapping array, Qi Lin violently punched the barrier in front of him. The barrier didn't even budge. However, the frightening force that leaked out from his fist rebounded and forced Qi Lin to take a few steps back. Get lost. Cough, cough, cough. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come in. It's useless to say anything now. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves. We underestimated Mu Han's strength. We thought that with the two of us working together, we would be able to temporarily stall him. Now that I think about it, it's laughable. Hearing Qi Lin's resentful words, Gu Li bitterly sighed. His gaze that was looking at Xiaoyan outside the barrier became increasingly heavy. Qi Lin also looked through the barrier and stared at Mu Han. His eyes rapidly turned cold as he said in a sinister tone, "If something happens to Yan Xiao, we must drag that old baldy Zhou Tai back after we get out of here. I hope that we don't have to look for him." Under such circumstances, even Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were confident in Xiaoyan, couldn't help but feel worried about Xiaoyan. After all, the person that Xiaoyan was facing now was Mu Han. However, compared to the worries of Gu Li and the others, Xiaoyan, who was facing the soul-suppressing seal, appeared unusually calm. It was as if the dangerous giant golden seal in front of him had nothing to do with him. Seeing the giant golden seal in front of him getting closer and closer, Xiaoyan could clearly feel the terrifying aura that it contained. Although his face was distorted and his expression couldn't be seen, Xiaoyan couldn't help but reveal a grave expression in his heart. If he was really hit by this thing, even he wasn't confident that he would be able to survive. However, Xiaoyan didn't intend to retreat. He was waiting for an opportunity. Although it seemed risky, Xiaoyan couldn't help but want to give it a try. This was because if he succeeded, his overall strength would definitely skyrocket. Hey kid, you're quite bold. Even at this time, you still want to use him to increase your strength. Do you really think that Mu Han is an ordinary half-step emperor? Gu Yu guessed Xiaoyan's thoughts and immediately reminded Xiaoyan in a half-joking manner. After hearing Gu Yu's reminder, although Xiaoyan's heart trembled, he still couldn't help but want to give it a try. He was confident that if he succeeded this time, even if he faced a 9-star half-step emperor in the future, he wouldn't be helpless. I still want to give it a try. As long as I succeed. As long as you succeed, you'll have the ability to protect yourself when facing a 9-star half-step emperor in the future. If you fail, you'll instantly turn into ashes. Are you sure you want to give it a try? Gu Yu's reprimanding voice resounded in Xiaoyan's heart again. However, Xiaoyan remained silent. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head when the golden seal approached him. A strange dark light suddenly flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Then, with a thought, a mysterious and strange pitch-black light suddenly appeared in the void around Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan exerted some effort to control it, and it quickly gathered around Xiaoyan's body. The mysterious pitch-black light quickly gathered and condensed into a thin layer of black gauze on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. The black gauze seemed thin, as if it would be damaged by the wind. However, when faced with the strong wind in front of him, the black gauze couldn't help but be astonished. The strange black gauze was lightly draped over Xiaoyan's body. However, the terrifying pressure from the soul-suppressing seal still made it difficult for him to breathe. Xiaoyan tried his best to relax his body and remove all his defenses. He carefully experienced the deep fear that the pressure brought to him. It was said that a person's true potential would only erupt when faced with danger. Today, Xiaoyan wanted to give it a try again. With the strength of a half-step emperor, he wanted to experience the feeling of approaching death again. The Void Great Way was produced in the endless void. The black gauze on Xiaoyan's body was condensed from the Void Great Way's Great Way power. Over the past period of time, Xiaoyan had gradually become familiar with his control of the Great Way power. The Great Way gauze was the result of his painstaking effort. However, ever since the Sky Annihilation step had improved, Xiaoyan no longer had the time to adjust the Great Way gauze. Hence, Xiaoyan didn't understand the true use of the Great Way gauze. The only thing he knew was that the Great Way gauze seemed to be able to completely absorb his aura. As long as he didn't want to, no one could detect Xiaoyan's true strength. Of course, this didn't seem to be of much use in the current battle. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan wasn't using the Great Way gauze to conceal his aura. Instead, he was using the Great Way gauze as a guide to condense the Great Way power in this cycle. Chapter 306. Although Xiaoyan wanted to agglomerate the power of the Great Way for his own use, the difficulty of agglomerating the power of the Great Way had clearly exceeded Xiaoyan's imagination. In the end, the Great Way muslin cloak that covered the surface of Xiaoyan's body did not have any obvious changes. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little depressed in his heart. At the same time, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the difficulty of agglomerating the power of the Great Way. However, Xiaoyan did not have any time to think about this at the moment. The soul-suppressing seal was already at his head. He needed to face it head-on. The hand under his sleeve carefully controlled the beautiful flaming wheel. The dou qi in his body was wildly poured into the wheel as if it was free. Xiaoyan did not have any intention of attacking. Instead, he poured all of his spiritual energy into the Great Way muslin cloak on the surface of his body at the same time. The rapid consumption of dou qi and spiritual energy caused Xiaoyan's aura to swiftly become weak. However, even if this was the case, Xiaoyan did not have any intention of stopping. His eyes stared intently at the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. His eyes were filled with an icy cold murderous intent. In the next moment, just as the soul-suppressing seal was about to land, Xiaoyan finally made his move. His body suddenly shook. A thought flashed across Xiaoyan's mind. The Great Way muslin cloak on the surface of his body immediately released a dark black light that completely wrapped around Xiaoyan's body. The strange dark light merged Xiaoyan's body and aura into the endless dark void. In a short moment, Xiaoyan had actually used an extremely strange method to completely disappear in front of everyone present. Seeing such a strange scene, the half-emperor experts present, including Zhongli, Gu Li and the others, all revealed an expression of disbelief and shock when they looked at the void where Xiaoyan had previously been. This Xianxia. What exactly happened? Don't tell me that it is that strange agility of his? Impossible. The agility that Xianxia displayed earlier was compatible with the charm of the world. When he used it, the wind and clouds would stir. When he disappeared just now, his body was clearly covered by a cluster of black light. This should not be an agility dou technique. Instead, it should be a strange secret technique that can hide one's aura. Hearing this old man's analysis, the 10 over half-emperors gathered outside the battleground nodded their heads in agreement. However, in the next moment, everyone had just nodded and thought that Xiaoyan had only used a secret technique to hide his aura. However, the next moment, the following scene caused all of them to be shocked. The soul-suppressing seal. It was like an arrow that had pierced the clouds two's aura. It did not cause any ripples. It was like an arrow, like an arrow to the clouds. When they saw this scene, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly froze. Their stunned expressions were unable to conceal the deep shock in their hearts. That soul-suppressing seal had actually directly swept through the empty space. Then what about Xianxia? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. The only question in their hearts was how Xiao Yan had managed to snatch the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. How is this possible? How can this little bastard dodge my soul-suppressing seal? On the other side, Mu Han's heart was also filled with shock. He could not understand how Xiao Yan, a mere 3-star half-emperor, was able to dodge the soul-suppressing seal at such a close distance. Even an 8-star half-emperor would not be able to dodge it. This did not make sense. Moreover, not only was Mu Han unable to sense Xiao Yan's exact location with his senses, but even Xiao Yan's aura had completely disappeared from this lightning pool. It was as though Xiao Yan had never been here. Sensing this, Mu Han's old eyes suddenly narrowed. He became even more serious about Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's strength had actually far exceeded his expectations. Little bastard, come out if you have the ability. Why do you need to hide? I also want to know what kind of secret technique you used to dodge my soul-suppressing seal. Mu Han's ruthless shout reverberated in the sky. However, no one responded even after a long while. This caused anger to rise in Mu Han's heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he looked at Zhongli and shouted coldly, "Let's go." Xianxia, since you don't dare to show yourself, I will kill Zhongli first. This will also let others know that you, Xianxia, are merely a cowardly and mischievous person who does not know how to repay kindness. As his voice faded, Mu Han's figure moved. He was about to explosively charge towards Zhongli, swoosh. Just as Mu Han's figure moved, a piercing sound of wind breaking rang out behind him. The sound rushed towards his back. Little bastard. You have indeed made your move. The corner of Mu Han's mouth curled into a sneer when he sensed the sharp wind coming from behind him. His body that was about to charge forward suddenly froze. Mu Han's body shook and a golden light flourished behind him. A circular formation with a diameter of nearly 2 meters had already appeared behind Mu Han. King Kong Formation. With a stern shout, the golden light above the formation suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, it violently collided with Mu Han's back. At the same time, Xiao Yan was also forced to reveal himself behind Mu Han. Then he charged towards Mu Han. Mu Han's method of blackmail was indeed old-fashioned and outdated. However, it had to be said that it was the most effective method at this moment. Furthermore, Xiao Yan was not someone who did not know how to repay kindness. Therefore, he had no choice but to reveal himself. When they saw Xiao Yan reveal himself, those half-martial emperors who were watching the battle from the outside couldn't help but give Xiao Yan a thumbs up. In the current continent, it was rare to see someone like Xiao Yan, who valued friendship and knew how to repay kindness. However, on the other hand, they were also rather fearful of Mu Han's King Kong Formation. That was because this King Kong Formation was also one of Mu Han's famous consummate skills. Based on Mu Han's confident judgment, unless it was an expert of the same level or higher than him, no one would be able to break through the King Kong Formation. Although these words were unavoidably overboard, at the very least, until now, no one below the 9-star half-martial emperor level was able to break through Mu Han's King Kong Formation. From this, one could see how powerful the King Kong Formation was. Ancient God Seal. The Ancient God Seal art seals were the same. When the 5 seals combined, the Ancient God Seal was unleashed. Its might covered the sky. A vast golden hand seal was formed in Xiao Yan's palm. Facing Mu Han's formation, Xiao Yan wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He had already expected this. Naturally, he wouldn't hesitate to make his move. As his throat moved, Xiao Yan swallowed an Emperor-grade Qi recovery pill. This was one of the few recovery pills that old fellow He Mu had. Now it had helped Xiao Yan. After swallowing the pill, Xiao Yan immediately felt a flood of Do Qi erupting within his body. The dou qi that he had lost was also rapidly replenished. Xiao Yan's pale complexion also became slightly better. The might of the ancient god seal in his palm was even stronger than before. An emperor-grade qi recovery pill was truly extraordinary. Ancient god seal. King Kong formation. King Kong protection. The two of them let out earth-shattering roars once again. Xiao Yan's palm fiercely landed. Mu Han's body was also rapidly covered by the King Kong formation. The glazed King Kong formation was like a thin and long snake that coiled around Mu Han's body. Its protective power made it difficult for anything to get close to Mu Han. Clang. Xiao Yan's ancient god seal, which was filled with an imposing aura, violently smashed onto Mu Han's body. More accurately speaking, it did not touch Mu Han. Instead, it was intercepted by the King Kong formation at a spot 2 inches away from Mu Han's body. Chapter 307. What? Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He did not expect Mu Han's formation to be so frightening. His ancient god seal was actually unable to get close to it. Humph. Brat, do you think that you can break my King Kong formation with this dou technique of yours? Get lost. Mu Han coldly laughed when he sensed Xiao Yan's surprise behind him. His body shook and a huge force pushed Xiao Yan back by 100 feet. Mu Han turned around and charged toward Xiao Yan. Mu Han was currently protected by the King Kong formation. Xiao Yan's ordinary dou techniques could not even touch him. On the other hand, his King Kong formation was able to suppress Xiao Yan in the most ferocious and overbearing manner. TSK? I thought that you were very capable. It turns out that you are only able to run a little faster. Speed is not the key to victory in a battle. Only strength can dominate a battle. Mu Han cried out in disdain. He had completely forgotten the serious attitude he had toward Xiao Yan earlier. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His pitch-black eyes stared at Mu Han. His heart was solemn. After the collision earlier, Xiao Yan had a rough understanding of Mu Han's King Kong formation. The defense of the King Kong formation was extremely frightening. Although it could not trap an opponent like the God-trapping formation, it could increase one's defense by several times. Xiao Yan's ancient god seal did not even have the ability to activate the King Kong formation. From this, one could see how frightening the King Kong formation was. Xiao Yan frowned as he saw Mu Han charging toward him. If he could not break the King Kong formation, he would not be able to attack. If he wanted to seriously injure Mu Han, he would have to get close to him. Since I am unable to break your defense from the outside, I will try from the inside. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened as he quietly said in his heart. In the next moment, just as Mu Han was about to reach Xiao Yan's feet moved. He instantly executed the sky extinction step. Wind rose and clouds surged. Xiao Yan once again disappeared. Brat, do you only know how to hide? Although Mu Han's speed was not slow, he still missed. Immediately, he could not help but curse. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart. It's one thing for a 9-star half-martial emperor to bully a 3-star half-martial emperor like me. However, you're actually trying to take advantage of your seniority. If I don't dodge, could it be that I'm supposed to just stand there and let you hit me? Not only did Mu Han's words cause Xiao Yan to sneer, but the other half-martial emperors also involuntarily let out waves of mocking laughter. This caused Mu Han's face to immediately turn green and white, making him look exceptionally ugly. His well-built body was like a piece of empty space. His face was gloomy as he remained silent. Now! Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan let out a stern cry in his heart. With a thought, his right arm was once again covered by the purple-gold dragon scales. He clenched his huge dragon claw tightly and dou qi rapidly gathered in his palm. His body flickered and appeared in front of Mu Han. Before the latter could react, a heavy punch with a ferocious aura violently smashed into the King Kong array that was protecting Mu Han. Octane blast. Clang. When the punch landed, Mu Han's body swayed slightly as he took 2 steps back. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was pushed back by nearly 1,000 feet by the rebounding force of the King Kong array. Ha, bastard brat. You actually want to break through my defense. Do you really think that it is possible? Huh? If I don't try, how will I know? Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly in the face of Mu Han's disdainful ridicule. His eyes narrowed as he once again charged toward Mu Han. Octane Blast. Faced with this anti-inflammatory attack, Mu Han's face actually revealed an indifferent expression. He stood in his original spot and waited for Xiao Yan's attack. Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp. Do Qi swiftly gathered in his palm and another punch violently smashed into the King Kong array on the surface of Mu Han's body. Clang. A crisp sound that resembled the ringing of a bell resounded in the air. The space around Mu Han's body started to distort rapidly before it exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body was once again pushed back by nearly 1,000 feet. However, Xiao Yan's body had just paused when he once again stepped into the empty space. He repeatedly used the sky extinction step. The sound of wind rose in all directions within the dark space. Xiao Yan's octane blast continued to bombard the King Kong array. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was repeatedly pushed back by 100 miles. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Yan's face became even paler. A trace of blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. As he breathed in and out, he could feel a trace of a bloody and sweet smell flowing through his throat. The King Kong array's rebounding force caused Xiao Yan to be injured time and time again. If it was not for the fact that his physical body was not weak, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to stand up. Clang. After being pushed back 100 miles by the King Kong array, Xiao Yan's face became even paler. However, his eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, were currently filled with a bright radiance. "Ha, brat, even an all-out attack from an 8-star half-martial emperor would not be able to break this old man's King Kong array. Although your overall strength is not weaker than an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor, you are still merely a 3-star half-martial emperor in front of this old man. If you want to break this old man's King Kong array, you will only be asking for trouble." Mu Han's turbid old eyes were filled with endless ridicule. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile as he stared at Xiao Yan and spoke with disdain. Xiao Yan gently exhaled a breath of air. He swung his somewhat numb right arm. The moment the numbness was removed, his large dragon claw suddenly tightened. The space within his palm was forcefully crushed until it exploded, emitting a soft, explosive sound. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his complexion was pale. At this moment, a gorgeous heavenly flame was burning within his pitch-black eyes. His lips and teeth slightly opened as Xiao Yan let out a loud shout. His voice was like clear thunder as it reverberated endlessly. Extreme. Bang. Every single word entered the hearts of the people present, causing them to be unable to help but frown. These seemingly simple words actually contained a faint oppressive might. What caused them to be even more shocked was that they were actually unable to resist this oppressive might. Deliberately mystifying things. Mu Han snorted. Evidently, he had absolute confidence in his Vajra formation. He did not believe that anyone below the 9-star half-martial emperor realm would be able to break through his defense. In the sky, Zhong Li's expression was grave as he stared at Mu Han. His expression was slightly worried as he looked at Xiao Yan. Even though Xiao Yan had already given him quite a bit of surprise, he was still unable to believe that Xiao Yan actually wanted to break through Mu Han's Vajra formation. Not to mention Xiao Yan, even he, who was already half a step into the realm of half-martial emperor, was unable to break through it. Clang! Another loud sound rang out. This time, Xiao Yan was not sent flying. Although some blood gushed out from his mouth, Xiao Yan stood in front of Mu Han without retreating an inch. Seeing that Xiao Yan had not retreated even after vomiting blood, Mu Han immediately sneered. His cold gaze looked down at Xiao Yan from top to bottom as he sneered and said, "This old man has already said that it's impossible for you to break through my Vajra formation. Octane collapse, explode." Before Mu Han's voice sounded, Xiao Yan's face was filled with a ruthless expression as he suddenly shouted out. In the next instant, a terrifying hidden energy suddenly erupted from the Vajra formation that was protecting Mu Han. It was as if a pre-buried mine had been lit at this moment, causing it to explode with a loud bang. Mu Han's expression changed slightly. From his perception, He could sense that the energy of the Vajra formation was rapidly decreasing. Although it was not enough to break the formation, it was the first time in many years that Mu Han had seen something like this. Of course, Mu Han was not the only one who was incomparably shocked. Those who had also sensed the change in energy of the Vajra formation also had a drastic change in their expressions. Their hearts were filled with incomparable shock. They did not expect that Mu Han's Vajra formation, which was practically unbreakable by anyone, would actually lose its luster in front of Xiaoyan. Little bastard, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeves. Looks like this old man needs to be a little more serious with you. Mu Han coldly cried out. Just as he was about to attack, Xiaoyan was a step ahead of him. With a wave of his large sleeve, countless transparent jade bottles flew out and continuously bombarded the Vajra formation. The energy fog that they brought about blocked Mu Han's vision and bought Xiaoyan an instant of time. If you want to kill me, do so in your next life. An extremely cold and stern cry sounded out. Xiaoyan's right fist once again bombarded the Vajra formation. This time around, the strength of his fist had actually far surpassed the previous one. The instant Xiaoyan's fist was thrown out, a puff sound was emitted. Following the friction of the wild wind, a beautiful, heavenly flame flew out and dyed his entire right arm into a heavenly flame dragon arm. Boom! The fist landed and the space shook. In the end, the Vajra formation in front of him was not broken. However, Xiaoyan's face did not reveal a grave expression. Instead, he gradually revealed a cold smile. Now is the time. Xiaoyan once again emitted an earth-shaking stern cry as he withdrew his right fist. His left arm, which had not moved all this while, was finally lifted abruptly at this moment. His long sleeve slid down, revealing his white palm. At this moment, a beautiful flame wheel with a restrained glow and its sharpness was slowly rotating on Xiaoyan's left palm. The flame wheel was like a fire circle that rotated in reverse. In the middle of the fire circle, there was a thumb-sized pitch-black light spot. As the flame wheel rotated, the faint aura that was emitted from it caused one to feel a sense of horror. The moment the flame wheel appeared, the expressions of everyone in this space instantly changed. Before they could recover, Xiaoyan's left palm had already controlled the flame wheel and ruthlessly imprinted it on the Vajra formation in front of him. Angry Buddha reincarnation. Another low cry sounded. Before the flame wheel in Xiaoyan's hand could completely explode, the Vajra formation, which had been formed by the Vajra formation, had already shattered with a bang. Immediately after, Mu Han recovered from his shock. Just as he withdrew his gaze and focused on Xiaoyan, a strange flame wheel the size of a washbasin came flying towards him. The instant Mu Han saw this flame wheel, his expression changed abruptly. The feeling that this flame wheel gave him actually caused him to feel a deep sense of unease in the depths of his heart. This was a feeling that he had never felt even when he was facing a 9-star half-emperor. However, before Mu Han could completely recover, the thumb-sized pitch-black light spot in the middle of the flame wheel flickered slightly. With a thought from Xiaoyan, a pitch-black energy light pillar with a diameter of nearly 1,000 feet instantly shot out furiously and ruthlessly bombarded Mu Han's body. Chapter 308. The pitch-black light pillar soared into the sky. Under this frightening attack, even someone like Mu Han could only use all his strength to block it. At the instant when the angry Buddha Samsara was truly unleashed, the pitch-black light pillar had already swallowed Mu Han's body. The frightening strength sent Mu Han flying 10,000 feet away. At this moment, the destructive strength of the angry Buddha Samsara was completely unleashed. Mu Han, who was within the pitch-black light pillar, felt a strange tearing force coming from all over his body. His heart was incomparably solemn. He sensed that the Do Chi on the Do Chi shield that he had just unleashed was rapidly being broken down. Moreover, the Do Chi was rapidly fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of this thing, Do Chi appeared extremely weak. Damn it! What kind of Do skill is this? It is actually able to break down Do Chi. Mu Han's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the Do Chi that was continuously dispersing from the Do Chi shield around him. His heart was extremely solemn. This was the strength that the 3-star half-martial Emperor Xiao Yan had unleashed. It was hard to imagine. If Xiao Yan were to continue growing in this manner, by the time he reached Mu Han's level, wouldn't he be able to fight against a genuine Dodi? Bastard! I shouldn't have so easily believed that old bastard's words back then. Once I return, the first thing I will do is kill you. Looking back at Xiao Yan, the angry Buddha Samsara this time could be said to be the strongest angry Buddha Samsara that he had ever unleashed. Compared to the past, not only was his current strength stronger, the most important thing was that after the first condensation, he had poured all of the Do Qi that he had recovered after consuming the Emperor-grade energy recovery pill for the second time into the angry Buddha Samsara. Helplessly, it wasn't that he wanted to do this. However, when facing an expert of Mu Han's level, if he didn't use his full strength, he really didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating him. Even at this moment, the confidence in his heart did not exceed 40%. After all, the gap between his strength and Mu Han's was really too large. With his current strength, it was still fine for him to face an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor. However, an advanced 8-star half-martial emperor was already difficult for him to deal with. Moreover, the person he was currently facing was Mu Han. How could an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor be dealt with by an ordinary Do Qi? After unleashing the angry Buddha Samsara, Xiao Yan's aura once again became weak. His expression became even paler. He looked at the end of the pitch-black light pillar with a solemn expression. He understood that even his angry Buddha Samsara, it was impossible for him to kill Mu Han. Xiao Yan swallowed another D-tier medicinal pill. Only then did his expression turn for the better. His somewhat lost eyes glanced at Zhongli. At this moment, the latter was staring at him with a face of disbelief. His mouth was wide open, indicating the shock within his heart. Mu Han had been famous for a long time. In the ancient city of Wildlands, he possessed a lofty status that no one could surpass. Yet, he was actually defeated by a mere 3-star half-martial emperor. Not only did this hurt Mu Han's self-esteem, it also shocked the spectators. His strange movement technique allowed him to dodge Mu Han's famous technique, the soul-subduing seal. His frightening Do Qi was actually able to forcibly shatter the King Kong formation that even a 9-star half-martial emperor would find difficult to break. Exactly what kind of frightening power was contained in this extremely weak body? Even at this moment, those 8-star half-martial emperors did not believe that this was Xiao Yan's entire strength. Xiao Yan was far from reaching his limit. Or perhaps he simply did not have a limit. Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were within the god-trapping formation. His unfocused eyes revealed a weak expression. Gu Li and Qi Lin were naturally able to see it with a single glance. They immediately frowned. They knew that Xiao Yan was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Yan Xiao, take advantage of this moment and leave. Leave this place. Don't worry about us. Right now, you only need to protect yourself. That will be the greatest comfort for us. Gu Li secretly transmitted his voice to Xiao Yan. He could not let those outsiders know about Xiao Yan's current condition. Otherwise, MOD and the others would definitely intercept them. Xiao Yan would then have no way out. Xiao Yan tightly frowned. After a long while, he nodded his head with slight hesitation. Although Xiao Yan had the intention to retreat, Mu Han was unwilling to do so. How could he possibly let Xiao Yan leave peacefully? He was determined to succeed in this trip to the lightning pool. If Xiao Yan did not die, Mu Han would not be able to feel at ease. Ha! Suddenly, an angry cry that was filled with endless murderous intent was emitted from the end of the dark black light pillar. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Their expressions immediately became grave when they saw that the voice belonged to Mu Han. It was unexpected that Mu Han still had the ability to retaliate after receiving such a frightening attack from Xiao Yan. Moreover, from the looks of it, this angry Buddha Samsara of Xiao Yan did not have the effect that he had expected. As the owner of the angry Buddha Samsara, Xiao Yan was naturally able to detect the situation where Mu Han was at the first instant. After sensing the frightening aura that had erupted from Mu Han, Xiao Yan's expression immediately became extremely grave. From the looks of it, Mu Han had not used his full strength earlier. Bang! However, at this moment, the frightening strength of the angry Buddha Samsara appeared above Mu Han's head. The Do Chi within his body rapidly surged. His body carried the dark black light pillar as he violently charged towards Xiaoyan. Bang! 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 In just a few breaths' time, the pitch-black light pillar was forcefully shattered. Mu Han faced the pitch-black light pillar. Numerous terrifying Do techniques continuously bombarded the pitch-black light pillar in front of him, causing the energy of the light pillar to continuously scatter. 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 100 feet, 500 feet, 10 feet. Xianxia. This old man has to admit that there are not many people in the entire continent who can compare with your cultivation talent and ability. However, in front of this old man, you are still only a 3-star half-emperor. Bang! Mu Han attacked once again and shattered the flaming roulette in Xiaoyan's hand. He did not stop and immediately smashed his fist onto Xiaoyan's chest. Bang! An intense bang accompanied by the sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. A large mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out. Xiaoyan's face immediately became pale. His pupils abruptly shrunk and his eyes widened. A pair of eyeballs protruded out of their sockets. It looked as if they would fall out at any moment. It was an extremely frightening sight. Mu Han clearly did not have any intention of stopping. He turned around on the spot and ruthlessly swung his leg at one side of Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan's body was sent flying with a bang. As fresh blood spurted out, a few teeth that were dyed red with blood were spat out along with it. The fierce attack caused Xiaoyan's head to become a little dizzy. Mu Han was not polite at all. He did not care about his status and reputation. He wanted to follow up his victory and attack so that Xiaoyan would no longer be a threat to him. Just as he moved, Zhongli, who was in the sky, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Mu Han. After this short period of rest and recovery, his injuries could be considered to have recovered somewhat. At this moment, when he saw that Mu Han wanted to take advantage of his victory to attack Xiaoyan, he naturally would not sit by and do nothing. Mu Han, you are actually so ruthless when facing a 3-star half-martial emperor. Your 9-star half-martial emperor is truly chilling. As he spoke, Zhongli finally saw clearly that there was not a single spot on Mu Han's body that was unscathed. It was so much so that a large piece of flesh near his left shoulder had been forcefully torn off by some unknown power, revealing eerie white bones. Although the blood had been stopped, Zhong Kuei could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. He secretly admired Mu Han in his heart. The Mu Han in front of him was truly an ambitious and ruthless character. With such a large wound, he was actually expressionless. Furthermore, he had even dealt such a heavy blow to Xiaoyan. It's not up to you to comment on how I do things. As for Xianxia, after what happened earlier, do you still see him as an ordinary 3-star half-martial emperor? Zhongli was silent. Mu Han once again sneered and said, "Don't think that no one can tell that the reason why you helped Xianxia was because you saw his future potential. Otherwise, who would put in so much effort for someone who is completely unrelated to you?" Zhongli's expression was grave as he looked at Mu Han in front of him. Although Mu Han's current appearance was extremely miserable, his surging aura told Zhongli that Mu Han had yet to reach his limit. Zhongli was absolutely no match for Mu Han. "Xianxia, quickly leave. I will help you delay him. Otherwise, I will not be able to stop him if this drags on for too long." Just as Xiaoyan regained his senses, he actually heard Zhongli's hurried shout. Although his mind was still somewhat unclear, Xiaoyan still quickly reacted. He raised his head and saw Mu Han rushing towards Zhongli. In the next instant, the frightening aura of the two exploded in the sky. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the pain that was transmitted from his body and hurriedly consumed an emperor-tier medicinal pill. Using the little remaining Do Chi in his body moved and swiftly flew towards a direction where no one was around. On the other side, MOD, who saw that Xiaoyan was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was immediately overjoyed. For the sake of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, he had waited for this day for a very long time. At this moment he had finally encountered a heavily injured Xiaoyan. How could he easily let go of this opportunity? Gaga gaga, trying to run? I'll see where you can run to. Stay here. A sharp cry was emitted from Mod's mouth. He ignored Yan Bing, whose eyes had suddenly become sharp. His body moved and charged toward Xiaoyan. If Yan Xiao was not heavily injured, you would not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Yan Bing's eyes were filled with disdain as she watched Mod rush towards Xiaoyan. She secretly mocked him in her heart. Xiaoyan, who was just about to leave, heard a cold cry from behind him. He turned around with great difficulty and saw that Mod had already appeared less than 500 feet away from him. Mod's body shook violently and the black vine serpent fire in the vortex in his body shot out with a bang. It was like a cluster of black fog that wrapped around Mod's body. Mod waved his arm and the black vine serpent fire rapidly spread and agglomerated into a long flaming whip. He swung the long whip and violently attacked Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Mo Han, who was approaching him. However, he did not take even half a step back. A beautiful heavenly flame slowly gathered deep within his pitch-black eyes. Just as the flaming whip was about to strike, a piercing sound of wind breaking rang out from the void. Before Mod could come to his senses, his chest was ruthlessly pierced through by a pitch-black palm that was as sharp as a steel knife. Chapter 309. Whoosh, the sound of wind being torn apart was heard. Within the lightning pool, a blood-drenched figure rapidly flew through the air. The surrounding lightning unceasingly collided with the figure's body. Just as the berserk lightning energy entered his body, it was immediately engulfed by the surging flames within his body. However, even so, the man's body was already nearly numb. If it wasn't for the intense pain coming from the various wounds on his body, he might have already been unable to move. With a thought, the Northern King, who was fighting with Yan Bing at a certain location within the lightning pool, suddenly jolted his body and knocked Yan Bing back. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Yan Bing. He turned around and rapidly flew toward Xiaoyan's location. Compared to Xiaoyan, when the Northern King flew through the empty space, the thunderbolts would completely disappear the moment they touched the Northern King. It was as though they had entered a black hole. After a helpless struggle within the Northern King's body, they became a part of the Northern King's strength. Seeing that the Northern King had actually turned around and left, Yan Bing frowned. Although he wanted to stop him, the moment he moved, a numb feeling came from his body, causing him to dispel that thought. He was not in his best state to begin with. Furthermore, the Northern King was not weak. He was able to suppress even a 7-star half-martial emperor. During the battle, the Northern King had devoured quite a few lightning bolts that came into contact with him. Every time he devoured lightning bolts, his strength would more or less increase. It could be said that the more he fought, the braver he became. Yan Bing did not gain the slightest advantage in the battle. Seeing that Xiaoyan and the Northern King had left one after another, Yan Bing's eyes narrowed. He fiercely glared at the seriously injured Mod. Only then did Yan Bing turn his gaze and look at the battle between Mu Han and Zhong. Zhong Li was indeed a peak late-stage half-martial emperor. Although his injuries were not light, he was not the slightest bit afraid of fighting against Mu Han. However, courage alone was not enough to win a battle. Although Mu Han was also injured, he was still much stronger than Zhong Li. Seeing how he was retreating bit by bit, it was clear that Zhong Li would soon be defeated. However, right after this thought flashed through Yan Bing's mind, a miserable howl sounded from the battlefield not far away. With his powerful spirit formation and frightening strength, Mu Han rapidly defeated the peak late-stage half-martial Emperor Zhong Li. This guy, it seems that he is determined to defeat Yan Xiao. Yan Bing's old eyes narrowed as he stared at Mu Han. At the same time, his figure that stood in the air involuntarily moved back a little. Zhong Li was also a peak late-stage half-martial emperor was defeated by Mu Han. He did not believe that he would be able to last long in his current state. Once he was moved, and he was, of him. It, to be tut. To. Teat tut, leaf. Crackle. The North King. Only by doing so. Xiao Yan's body. If Xiao Yan was at his peak, These thunderbolts would indeed be a great tonic for him. However, at this moment, if Xiao Yan was careless, these fellows that were filled with wild, violent energy could aggravate his current injuries at any moment. This was not good news for Xiao Yan. Heh! Let's see where you can run to. While Xiao Yan was swiftly advancing with the help of the Northern King, Mu Han's stern cry was suddenly transmitted from the edge of his sight behind him. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He didn't expect Zhongli to be defeated by Mu Han in such a short period of time. Damn it! This old ghost is really fast. Xiao Yan turned his head and looked behind him. His expression became even more solemn. He was already able to sense Mu Han's aura. If he were to continue in this manner, he would be caught up in a short while. At that time, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty escaping. Xiao Yan's eyebrows were nearly twisted into a ball. He clenched his teeth tightly and a pair of dark black eyes revealed an anxious expression. A moment later, Xiao Yan steeled his heart and poured the little dou qi in his body into the broken Great Dao muslin cloak that adhered to the surface of his body. He hoped that he could use this to temporarily escape this calamity. Xiao Yan kept the North King into his storage ring. He quickly swallowed a grade 8 energy recovery pill. Only then did he squeeze out the dou qi in his body and increase his speed. Given the current condition of Xiao Yan's body, he could no longer afford to use an Emperor-grade energy recovery pill. He didn't dare to use it. If he used it, he believed that his ending wouldn't be any better than when he fought with Mu Han. With the help of the dou qi that was forcefully squeezed out from his body, Xiao Yan's speed was able to increase for a short period of time. However, without the North King paving the way, those thunderbolts were no longer polite. They smashed onto the Great Dao robe on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Fortunately, with the protection of the Great Dao robe, those thunderbolts were swallowed by the Great Dao robe. Xiao Yan was temporarily safe. Following the continuous bombardment of these thunderbolts, the expected scene of the Great Dao robe shattering did not appear a moment later. On the contrary, the Great Dao robe had become even denser and tougher than before. The strength on it was also gradually increasing at a slow pace. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he sensed this. His heart was filled with incomparable joy. He didn't expect the Great Dao robe to absorb the Great Dao energy at this moment and strengthen itself. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little stunned in his heart. Fortunately, the dangerous situation that he was currently facing was not enough to cause him to stop. Instead, it caused him to brace his mind. The speed at which he flew forward had also unknowingly increased. Hee, little fellow, your luck is quite good. You have actually coincidentally encountered it. Why didn't the old me think of this? Ha ha ha. While Xiao Yan was quietly rejoicing in his heart, Gu Yu's surprised mocking laughter was emitted from within Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt uncertain. He asked Gu Yu in his heart, "Old Gu, you have encountered it? What do you mean?" Hee, little fellow Xiao Yan, do you know where the Great Dao energy that your Great Dao robe is absorbing comes from? Oh! Xiao Yan was startled. He was currently comprehending the void Great Dao. Hence, the Great Dao energy naturally originated from the endless void. There was no need to doubt this. It was impossible for Gu Yu to not know this. Gu Yu guffawed once again as if he had guessed Xiao Yan's thoughts. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, "Previously, you wanted to use Mu Han's soul-suppressing seal to stimulate your potential through danger so that you could activate the power of the Great Way. Back then, you were in the void, but you still failed and retreated. Now, you are in the boundless lightning pool and you are being struck by lightning. Yet, you managed to gather the power of the Great Way." After he spoke, Gu Yu fell silent. Chapter 310. Bang! The golden thunderbolt pierced through the empty space and disappeared into the darkness. Mu Han's expression was unusually ugly. He did not expect that Yan Xiao would still be able to stubbornly snatch his attack even at this stage. This caused him to become even more furious. "Little bastard! I want to see how many more times you can dodge. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. There isn't much dou qi left in your body. If you continue to exhaust your dou qi, you will still die." Cough cough. Grandmaster Mu Han need not worry about this. "Even if I die, I will definitely not die by your hands. Cough, cough. The empty space not far away became slightly distorted. Xianxia, who was wearing the Great Path Cloak, appeared once again. At this moment, the Great Path Cloak on his body was much more solid than before. With the help of the remaining Do Qi in his body, Xianxia was able to completely merge with the surrounding empty space for a short period of time. Even Mu Han was unable to detect Xianxia's position. However, as time passed, the short period of concealment gradually turned into short-distance dodging. The Do Qi recovered from the Tier 8 energy recovery pill was not enough to support Xianxia's needs. Hence, the current Xianxia could only try his best to dodge Mu Han's attack. Fortunately, with the Northern King delaying Mu Han, Xianxia was able to catch his breath. Clang! Mu Han suddenly threw a punch forward and sent the Northern King flying back dozens of feet. The frightening strength left a crater a few inches deep on the surface of the Northern King's body. It looked extremely horrifying. Fortunately, the Northern King was only a puppet. If it was a living person, just this punch alone would have been enough to take away half of its life. Mu Han frowned as he stared at the Northern King, who had been sent flying. The instant the Northern King's body came into contact with the thunderbolts, it absorbed them into its body. As the thunderbolts flickered, the huge crater on the Northern King's chest was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Mu Han's old face couldn't help but twitch. He had seen monsters before, but he had never seen such a monster. It was one thing for the master to be terrifying, but he didn't expect the puppet to be as terrifying as the one who had cheated. Furthermore, what shocked Mu Han the most was that whenever the North King came into contact with those lightning bolts, not only would the injuries on his body recover, but his physical strength would also increase. This beast was basically an undefeatable god of war in the void lightning pool. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Why do you have so many heaven-defying things on you? Even the Northern King, who only possessed the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, was unimaginable. If he were to increase his strength to a higher level in the future, wouldn't he be able to easily take care of those so-called true experts even without Xianxia? As Mu Han guessed in his heart, he could feel how terrifying Xianxia was. However, before he could think any further, the Northern King, who had recovered, charged toward him once again. On the other side, Xianxia was also using this short period of time to quickly recover the remaining Do Qi in his body. He knew that even though the Northern King's recovery ability was heaven-defying in the void lightning pool, he still couldn't control Do Qi. In addition to the difference in strength between him and Mu Han, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Mu Han. If he wanted to stabilize himself, Xianxia would still have to rely on himself in the end. After swallowing another 2 level 8 energy recovery pills, Xianxia retreated while using the heavenly flame to rapidly refine the pills in his body. Strands of Do Qi were continuously injected into the vortex in Xianxia's body. At the same time, as Xianxia was advancing, hundreds of lightning bolts continuously bombarded the Great Tao Cloak on the surface of Xianxia's body. However, in a flash, they were all devoured by the Great Tao Cloak. The Great Tao energy on the Great Tao Cloak also became denser. Boom! The frightening Do skill sent the Northern King flying 1,000 feet away. The frightening power caused the Northern King's chest to cave in. A 1-foot-long crack appeared on the Northern King's abdomen. Mu Han quickly raised both of his hands. As the seals changed, a formation shot out and trapped the Northern King within it. The Northern King was unable to escape for a short period of time. After doing all this, Mu Han looked at Xianxia. However, he realized that Xianxia had already fled 1,000 miles away. Mu Han frowned slightly and snorted. His body moved and he quickly chased after Xianxia. In just a short moment, Mu Han once again saw Xianxia's figure. However, when he saw the latter, Mu Han couldn't help but frown again. This was because Xianxia was actually sitting cross-legged in the air. Both of his hands were forming training seals. It seemed like he was refining something in his body. On the surface of Xianxia's body, the pitch-black Great Tao Cloak was releasing a ferocious suction force. It attracted all the lightning bolts in the lightning pool. The moment those lightning bolts came into contact with the Great Tao Cloak, they were swiftly devoured by the Great Tao Cloak. Invisibly, There were pitch-black spots of light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye that merged into the Great Tao Cloak. The energy on the Great Tao Cloak also gradually became denser and denser. Damn it! What is going on? Why is even this stinking brat able to devour the lightning bolts in an instant? Don't tell me that these two fellows came from the same womb. Mu-Han's expression was extremely gloomy. His heart became increasingly solemn and he couldn't help but curse furiously. In the next instant, Mu-Han suddenly lifted his head and let out an earth-shaking roar. His aura suddenly shook and the turbulent Do-Chi in his body crazily poured out. Golden light overflowed in all directions. Mu-Han's body flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan's eyes were still tightly shut as he refined the medicinal pill in his body. The expression on Mu-Han's face suddenly became ruthless. He waved his right hand and his fingers formed a claw. Do-Chi gathered at the tip of his finger. It was like a sharp blade that could cut through metal like mud. He aimed at Xiaoyan's head and viciously swung his claw down. If this claw were to land on Xiaoyan's head would instantly be split into pieces. Seeing that Xiaoyan didn't dodge, the expression on Mu-Han's face became even more ferocious. The action of his claw became even more ruthless. He wanted to kill Xiaoyan in one strike. Die! However, just as Mu-Han's claw was less than an inch away from Xiaoyan's face, Xiaoyan suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light suddenly appeared in his dark black eyes. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and the Great Way muslin cloak on his body instantly emitted a bright light. The strange light instantly hid all of Xiaoyan's aura. Swoosh! The claw that was filled with an imposing aura violently tore through the empty space. In the end, it didn't even touch a single hair on Xiaoyan's body. The appearance of this scene immediately caused Mu-Han's face to turn pale with fright. By the time he reacted, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared a couple of dozen feet away. When Mu-Han lifted his head to look, Xiaoyan had already stretched out his hand. There was a strong suction force in his palm. Tiny black lines that looked like silver fish appeared rapidly in the empty space. They gradually gathered in Xiaoyan's palm and turned into a fist-sized black roulette. The entire roulette looked like a miniature version of the spatial impulse. In the middle of the roulette was a deep darkness. If one stared at it with one's eyes, one would be able to feel a faintly discernible suction force that would cause one's soul to be unable to control itself. Surrounding the roulette was a whirlpool that rotated counterclockwise. In this aspect, it looked somewhat similar to Xiaoyan's Angry Buddha's reincarnation. The only difference was that this whirlpool was a void while the Angry Buddha's reincarnation was a vast heavenly flame. Is this the embryonic form of the Great Way of the Void? As the roulette gradually gathered, Xiaoyan's face, which had just regained some color, turned pale once again. It was obvious that the gathering of the Great Way was an extremely terrifying consumption of Do-Chi. However, in Xiaoyan's dark eyes, there was an unusual excitement. Chapter 311. Mu-Han's expression involuntarily changed once again when he saw that Xiaoyan was actually safe and sound. His expression was immediately startled when he saw the dark black roulette in Xiaoyan's hand. After experiencing the Angry Buddha reincarnation earlier, he involuntarily felt a fear toward the roulette-shaped things on Xiaoyan's body. Mu-Han's eyes rotated slightly. Only then did he discover that the dark black roulette in Xiaoyan's hand was not the Angry Buddha reincarnation that he had used earlier. Only then did he quietly sigh in relief. The expression on his face once again turned dark and cold. Brat, you are really a loach. Xiaoyan was non-committal in the face of Mu-Han's exasperated dark and cold ridicule. This kind of provocation had no effect on him. Mu-Han frowned when he saw that Xiaoyan was actually unmoved. He coldly snorted and his body suddenly shook. Once again he leaped and pounced toward Xiaoyan. Mu-Han's hands changed and Do-Chi swiftly agglomerated in his palms. His palm was thrown forward and a golden light immediately shot toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He stared at the bright golden light that was heading toward him. He gently waved his hand and the dark black roulette in his palm flew in front of Xiaoyan and swiftly grew in size. The dark black roulette also faced the wind and charged toward the golden light when the golden light shot over. Following the flash of a black glow, the frightening Do technique that was filled with golden light within the lightning pool appeared to have been swallowed into a black hole the moment it collided with the dark black roulette. A light flashed and it disappeared. What? Mu-Han's heart was immediately startled when he saw this scene. The expression on his face also changed. Who would have imagined that such a powerful Do technique would actually be swallowed by this ordinary-looking spatial crack? How is this possible? Mu-Han once again involuntarily let out an exclamation. This was the first time that he had seen such a situation in front of him ever since he had started training. The Tian-class Do technique was actually swallowed by a spatial crack. At the very least, this strange wheel in front of him was similar to the spatial crack that he was familiar with. Nothing is impossible. If you must explain, then I can only say that you are ignorant and inexperienced. Xiaoyan softly laughed when he heard Mu-Han's disbelieving voice. His words contained a mocking tone, causing this 9-star bandit in front of him to once again frown. With his experience, he might not dare to say that he recognized all the strange things on the continent, but this spatial crack-like thing in front of him was definitely not something that was agglomerated from some kind of formation or some other item. This thing was clearly agglomerated from some kind of special energy. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly when he heard Mu-Han's words. Mu-Han's eyes stared intently at this strange roulette in front of him. Various things that could be compared to this roulette swiftly flashed across his mind. A moment later, he finally thought of something. His eyes were abruptly lifted as he stared at Xiaoyan with shocked eyes. The expression on his old face fully explained what was called disbelief. At this moment, Mu-Han's shriveled hand, which was hidden under his sleeves, actually trembled slightly. How is that possible? How could this be? This is actually the power of the great Tao. Swoosh! The sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly rang out behind Mu-Han. Mu-Han's expression was suddenly startled. He hurriedly turned around and threw a punch forward. Clang! A loud and clear sound rang out. Mu-Han frowned and took a few steps back. When he turned around, the Northern King's body was also sent flying. Following which, his feet viciously stepped on a thunderbolt. As a force poured out, the silver lightning was devoured by the Northern King. His body suddenly rushed forward. In a flash, he stood beside Xiaoyan. Mu-Han frowned slightly and swept his gaze over the Northern King. In the end, his gaze landed on Xiaoyan. His expression gradually turned ice-cold. At this moment, his hand, which was hidden under his sleeves, was trembling slightly. The Northern King's sneak attack had caught him off guard. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. It is the power of the Great Tao. I did not expect that you would be able to control the power of the Great Tao at such a young age. Mu-Han's eyes were ice-cold as he stared at Xiaoyan. His tone was actually filled with envy. This was not surprising. After all, the Great Tao was something that was even more illusory than Do Qi. Many people would not be able to touch it in their entire lives. However, Xiaoyan, who was standing in front of him, was only a 3-star half-emperor. Yet, he was able to control the power of the Great Tao. How could Mu-Han, who claimed to be an expert, not feel jealous? After hearing Mu-Han's words, Xiaoyan smiled in a non-committal manner. He did not say anything. Mu-Han stared at Xiaoyan. A moment later, he actually laughed for some unknown reason. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a row of white teeth. His strange expression coupled with this smile caused one's heart to involuntarily feel a chill. Your cultivation talent and the treasures on your body have truly caused this old man to be extremely shocked. This kind of feeling is something that I have not felt for many years. Oh, then should I feel honored? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes as he laughed coldly at Mu-Han. Not only that. Do you know that you are the first person in the past 100 years that the old me has put in so much effort to deal with? The old me never thought that an ant-like bug would be able to cause me to put in so much effort. However, you have done it. Xiaoyan did not comment. He lowered his eyelids and nodded slightly. After which, he opened his mouth once again and laughed. Since that is the case, I would like to know. Who was it 100 years ago that caused you to put in so much effort to deal with me? After speaking until this point, Mu Han's eyes suddenly hardened. His old eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan. The latter's eyes were also clear as he stared back at Mu Han without any ripples. After a long while, Mu Han's expression was gloomy as he continued to speak. I feel that you really don't know how to chat. Your mouth is like a blade and your tongue is like a needle? You specialize in nitpicking. Xiao Yan's relaxed brows slowly furrowed. His gaze was somewhat uneasy as he continuously scanned his surroundings. The lightning in the surrounding space involuntarily retreated, leaving behind a huge circular space. I only want to know who has such tyrannical strength. After all, a 9-star half-martial emperor is not someone that can be challenged so easily. The Northern King's tower-like body took half a step to the left and blocked Xiao Yan's body. Ignoring the Northern King's actions, the cold expression on Mu Han's face became even more intense. However, a seemingly warm smile appeared on his face as he said, "Since that is the case, the old me will tell you. Not only does this person have a great enmity with me, you also know him. If he had stayed in the Desolate Land, I would not have the title of the Desolate Land's 2 tyrants today." Xiao Yan's gaze hardened slightly. To be able to receive such praise from Mu Han, the most important thing was that he also knew this person. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan abruptly regained his senses. A sturdy figure appeared in his mind. The figure had a sturdy figure and was half a body taller than an ordinary person. The most eye-catching thing about him was his shiny bald head and the invisible tyrannical aura that he carried. It was Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai. Ha, it is this fellow. Back then, Zhou Tai's fame in the desolate ancient city was not inferior to yours. However, what astonished me is that not only is Zhou Tai a member of the Alchemist Guild, even you are the head alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. Ha! After saying that, Mu Han's shriveled hand, which was hidden under his sleeves, suddenly lifted up. His hands rapidly formed seals in the void in front of him. Xiao Yan's gaze hardened. When he saw Mu Han's appearance, he was slightly startled. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly raised his hands and formed seals. The power of the great Tao rapidly gathered in front of him. Ha, you want to hide now? It's too late. Chapter 312. Mu Han's words had just sounded when numerous mysterious symbols emitting a glaring golden light appeared in the empty space before the dark black disk in front of Xiao Yan was formed. Finally, they gradually formed a huge circular formation. At this moment, Mu Han was at the eye of the formation. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan suddenly come to a realization. The space under his feet had actually been set up by Mu Han within this short period of time. The moment the symbols appeared, Xiao Yan immediately felt that the Dou Qi within his body had been suppressed by a strange pressure. The speed at which his Dou Qi circulated was actually a little slower than usual. At this moment, he clearly felt that his overall strength would be suppressed following the appearance of this formation. Regardless of whether it was his strength, speed, or the speed at which his Dou Qi circulated, all of them were suppressed. Damn it! This old fellow really does not have any good intentions. Xiao Yan cursed angrily in his heart. At the same time, he blamed himself for being too arrogant. He thought that Mu Han would definitely not be able to catch him with the help of the Great Void Tao. However, from the looks of the current situation, it seemed that he had thought too much. Even if he had the Great Void Tao, as long as he had a sufficiently forceful method when facing an expert, no matter how frightening the Great Tao was, it would still be suppressed by strength. The old me has not been idle during these 100 years. In order to be able to defeat Zhou Tai 100 years later, the old me has used 100 years to merge my own domain with the formation that the old me has researched. This process may be difficult, but the result is exactly what I want. Today, I shall use you to test my skills. Gold Formation Domain. Activate. With a low cry, the formation under Xiao Yan's feet suddenly twisted strangely. Originally, it appeared to be a huge formation. However, within this short period of time, many frightening formations that were not the slightest bit weaker were formed within the entire domain. Various formations appeared and a glaring golden light that contained a frightening energy shot toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, the frightening pressure that enveloped Xiao Yan's body was greatly weakened. Sensing this, Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. However, before he could react, the glaring golden light had already arrived in front of him. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in the face of the might of these formations. His body withstood the frightening pressure that was coming from around him. He suddenly extended his right hand from under his sleeve and grasped the air. The heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in his hand. His arm shook and the huge ruler danced. 6-joint body-flowing ruler. With a low roar, Xiao Yan held the heavy Xian ruler tightly with both hands. Both of his feet stepped forward and the heavy ruler swiftly danced. His expression was solemn as he blocked all of the golden light that shot over. The dou qi that Xiao Yan had just recovered was also swiftly exhausted at this moment. Mu Han involuntarily felt a little surprised in his heart when he saw this. He immediately snorted coldly and stared at Xiao Yan with a gloomy expression. The dou qi within his body was swiftly raised and his body suddenly moved. In a flash, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. "Humph! I want to see how you block it." A stern cry sounded as Mu Han's foot violently stepped on the swiftly dancing heavy Xian ruler. The heavy Xian ruler immediately became sluggish. Mu Han's body turned around and leaned against the ruler's body. He turned around and viciously kicked Xiao Yan's body. Bang! A frightening force wildly poured down and Xiao Yan's face turned red. A large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His skinny body also flew back uncontrollably. However, Mu Han was unwilling to leave the matter at that. His feet violently stepped on empty air and the space under his feet exploded. His body once again borrowed the force to fly forward and a fist smashed toward Xiao Yan's chest. However, just as Mu Han's fist was about to land, a ruthless expression suddenly surged onto Xiao Yan's pale face. The hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler flipped and grabbed the huge ruler. His arms suddenly swung and the ruler violently smashed onto Mu Han's left shoulder. An instant later, the storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger flashed and the heavy Xian ruler was stored within it. At the same time, a spatial crack line suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's body flashed and disappeared into it. Mu Han's body also came to a halt. His shriveled right hand held onto his left shoulder. His old face twitched slightly and cold sweat rolled down from the corner of his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly and cold wind continuously sucked in between the gaps of his teeth. If his left shoulder did not recover for a few months, it would be difficult for him to use it again. Xiao Yan's all-out attack had caused him to suffer a lot. "Little bastard! Today, I will definitely tear you into pieces." Mu Han's body turned abruptly, and the seals in his hands changed rapidly. The array within the domain changed once again, forming a semicircular array light shield. At the same time, the array within the light shield continued to change. In a short period of time, more than 10 different types of powerful offensive arrays were formed. The dazzling golden light was like a sharp sword that intimidated people's eyes. No one dared to open their eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yan was sealed within the array. Enjoy. In the past, this array had killed a 9-star half-martial emperor. Although it has been merged into my domain and its power has been reduced, it is still more than enough to deal with you. Mu Han stared malevolently at Xiao Yan, who had appeared within the array. The corners of his mouth curled up into a terrifying smile. Xiao Yan's expression was similarly solemn as he looked at these formations. Compared to the ones earlier, the energy distribution within the formations in front of him was even more even. All the auras of the large formations were combined together, completely agglomerating this formation into a single formation. Its strength could be said to have multiplied. Once this formation was activated, the eruption of energy within it would be even more difficult for one to block. Under such circumstances, any kind of defense would be powerless. Even if it was the Void Dao, under the effect of the light barrier, Xiao Yan would have nowhere to hide. Moreover, using the Void Dao consumed a terrifying amount of dou qi. With the current Xiao Yan, it was impossible for him to rely on the Void Dao to persist in the array. At this very moment, if he wanted to break this array, The only and most effective method was to use violence to curb violence. He had to use the most violent method to forcefully break it. Other than this, Xiaoyan couldn't think of any other method. With a wave of his arm, the dark heavy buster sword appeared in his palm once again. Xiaoyan's body floated in the air as he surveyed his surroundings. Through the array, he stared at Mu Han, who was outside the array. After a while, Xiaoyan took half a step back. The huge buster sword was placed diagonally behind him. The remaining dou qi in his body was poured into the dark heavy buster sword. At the same time, strands of great Dao energy rapidly condensed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body to form a great Dao robe. Mu Han stared at Xiaoyan, who was inside the array, staring at him. However, he had already erased any thoughts of underestimating Xiaoyan. After this battle, he had already regarded Xiaoyan as an expert of the same level as him. If anyone still dared to treat him as an ordinary 9-star half-martial emperor, their outcome wouldn't be any better than Mu Han's. Chapter 313. Within the large array, Xiaoyan looked at the few dazzling golden lights that were heading towards him. His expression was stern as he tightened his grip on the dark heavy buster sword. When the few golden lights were about to hit him, Xiaoyan held the huge buster sword tightly with both of his hands. The look in his eyes became ruthless as he waved both of his arms. The dark heavy buster sword in his hands was waved from bottom to top. It carried a terrifying wind pressure as it tore through the void and swung the buster sword violently. 7-layered sky-breaking buster sword. 1 foot. Xiaoyan let out an earth-shattering roar as he waved the huge buster sword in his hand. Light flashed on the tip of the buster sword and a gorgeous buster light shot out. It met the incoming golden lights head-on and violently collided with them. Boom! An explosion sounded and a frightening energy ripple spread apart, causing the entire formation to involuntarily tremble. However, within a short couple of breaths, that sharp ruler glow was forcefully shattered by a couple of golden lights. The golden light dimmed a little, but its might was not reduced. It carried a frightening strength as it continued to charge toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression did not change when he saw this. His body, which was standing in the empty air, suddenly turned. He rotated once on the spot and swung the enormous ruler in his hand once again. Another frightening ruler glow that was not any weaker than the previous one shot out. 2 feet. Xiaoyan's stern cry was emitted. Before it sounded, Xiaoyan waved both of his arms. The huge ruler brushed past his body and was swung out once again. Another ruler glow instantly shot out and merged with the second ruler glow. 3 feet. 4 feet. 5 feet. 6 feet. After a couple of explosive cries, the huge heavy Xin ruler in Xiaoyan's hand danced close to his body. The huge black-colored huge ruler was as sharp as a long spear in Xiaoyan's hand. As the huge ruler was waved, the sound of wind rose in all directions. The frightening wind pressure caused the air to swiftly compress. Frightening sonic booms were repeatedly emitted from the empty space. The frightening pressure that surrounded Xiaoyan's body was actually completely removed by Xiaoyan's sharp actions. Bang! After continuously waving 5 feet, the few dazzling golden lights that were heading towards him were finally scattered by Xiaoyan's attack. Even though it was a merged formation, it was unavoidable that it would be shattered into pieces under the bombardment of Xiaoyan's complete Dou skill. When Mu Han, who was outside the formation, saw this scene, he could not help but be slightly shocked. He did not expect Xiaoyan to be so ferocious. He had actually forcefully scattered the 4 spirits formation that he was so proud of. These 4 formations each represented a type of magical beast that was extremely powerful. Even an 8-half emperor would not be able to scatter the 4 formations Mu did not expect him to as. Even though the 4 spirits formation had been scattered by Xiaoyan, the strength of the 4 magical beasts that had been scattered was not to be underestimated. It would not be so easy for Xiaoyan to get rid of them all in one go. In the next moment, the golden light scattered and turned into 4 mysterious magical beasts that were emitting resplendent golden light from their bodies. The 4 huge magical beasts each stood in a different direction. Their beastly eyes were flickering with golden light as they stared at Xiaoyan. Low roars continuously came from their mouths. Their frightening auras were so powerful that even a 7-star half-emperor would feel frightened in his heart. After a short while, the 4 huge magical beasts simultaneously raised their heads and let out a thunderous roar. Immediately after, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Xiaoyan. A pair of sharp claws that emitted golden light appeared as if they wanted to tear Xiaoyan into pieces. Xiaoyan's complexion was pale. He swept his gaze around and saw the 4 huge magical beasts that were pouncing towards him. Xiaoyan forced himself to remain calm. He took a deep breath of the ice-cold air. Xiaoyan's hand once again tightly grasped the heavy dark buster sword. Strength rapidly gathered in his arms. Blue veins popped out. They were like tiny green snakes that were constantly wriggling under Xiaoyan's skin. You are merely 4 beasts that were created by the formation. If your actual bodies were here, I would be somewhat fearful. However, since it is just you, you can all die. After a cold shout that was filled with disdain rang out, Xiaoyan's expression was extremely ferocious. Both of his arms suddenly waved once again. The huge rock in his hand was swept out horizontally. The wide surface of the buster sword ruthlessly smashed towards the golden magical beast that was closest to him. The sturdy magical beast within the formation was twice as tall as Xiaoyan. However, in Xiaoyan's eyes, it was as if it was nothing. The huge buster sword in his hand did not stop at all. The frightening wind that was brought about by the swinging of the huge buster sword was even more powerful than the magical beast. Even Mu Han, who was outside the formation, could not help but have a slight change in his expression when he saw this scene. In the next moment, the wide buster sword ruthlessly smashed onto the body of the huge magical beast. Accompanied by a miserable howl, the huge magical beast that was filled with might a moment ago was actually sent flying by Xiaoyan's buster sword. Bang! 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 4 consecutive violent bangs rang out. 4 huge magical beasts were actually sent flying by Xiaoyan. Bang! The 4th huge magical beast ruthlessly smashed onto the bodies of the other 3 huge magical beasts that were piled together. Xiaoyan strenuously lifted the huge buster sword. His pale face made him look like a person who was about to die. However, even so, Xiaoyan still forced himself. He needed to pull himself together. He had to persevere. He did not want to die in Mu Han's hands. Cough cough. After forcefully suppressing his coughs, Xiaoyan's body involuntarily softened and he almost fell down. Xiaoyan forcefully propped himself up. His bloodless hand tightly gripped the buster sword. After panting for a moment, Xiaoyan finally used all of his strength and shouted once again. Ha! 7-layered buster sword. Xiaoyan's face swelled as he used all of his strength to swing the huge buster sword in his hand. Xiaoyan followed closely behind the buster sword. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was on the verge of fainting, actually revealed an extremely crazy expression. Mu Han's strength had finally made him feel powerless. Although his explosive strength was not weak, it was ultimately still too lacking when compared to Mu Han. The possibility of him being able to fight against Mu Han was extremely slim. He already felt that he was very lucky to be able to endure until now. After all, even until now, Mu Han had not used all of his strength. The strength that he had displayed was merely to stop Xiaoyan. If it was not for the fact that Xiaoyan possessed the Sky Extinction Steps and the Void Dao, he would have already been defeated by Mu Han. From the beginning to the end, he had merely relied on his speed to evade Mu Han's attacks. However, at this moment, the only thing he could do was to escape. This all-out attack was his final hope. That was all. The magnificent buster sword streaked across the void, leaving behind a trail that was close to a vacuum. Xiaoyan followed closely behind. Although the aura around his body was weak, he still stubbornly persisted. Mu Han narrowed his eyes. His gaze pierced through the buster sword as he stared intently at Xiaoyan. His expression was filled with suspicion. However, given Xiaoyan's current condition, he did not think that the latter would be able to do anything shocking. However, in the next moment, a shocked expression suddenly appeared on Mu Han's sneering face. The gaze that he used to look at Xiaoyan had once again turned sharp. Swoosh! Just as the buster sword was about to collide with the 4 huge beasts, Xiao Yan, who was following closely behind, suddenly increased his speed. The pitch-black Great Dao robe swiftly flew out and formed a spatial tunnel. Soon after, the magnificent Buster Sword entered the tunnel with a swoosh sound. Xiao Yan continued to follow closely behind. Boom! In the next instant, the light barrier that enveloped the entire formation suddenly seemed to have been struck by something. A violent boom was emitted and the entire formation began to tremble violently. Mu Han looked towards the source of the sound. His gaze landed on the Northern King, who had once again smashed his fist onto the light barrier. Mu Han's eyes narrowed slightly. He was somewhat astonished. However, in the next instant, an even more terrifying boom was emitted. Boom! The golden formation began to tremble even more violently. Just as Mu Han was about to move, he noticed that the Northern King's iron fist had only just landed when the boom sounded. The fusion formation that Mu Han had researched for 100 years had officially been broken at this moment. Chapter 3:14. This was a world of pure darkness. In the darkness, lightning bolts of violent energy flew all over the place. Occasionally, they would collide, and they would cause an enormous chain reaction in this space. As a result, in this dark world, there was actually a terrifying rumble of thunder that sounded like the roar of a wild bear. On the other hand, at the periphery of this dark world, the lightning bolts in the void were bright silver in color. They were like silver fish that continuously swam in the void. Compared to the black lightning bolts, the silver lightning bolts were clearly weaker. However, this was also the reason why ordinary half-emperors were able to withstand the lightning bolts and swallow them to increase their cultivation. At the intersection of the two types of thunderbolts, a special pressure formed a simple barrier, separating the two types of thunderbolts 2 miles away. However, the two types of thunderbolts had completely different degrees of violence, allowing everyone to roughly understand the meaning behind the existence of this barrier. It was not easy to cultivate and one should know when to stop. At this moment, outside the barrier, there were 3 figures standing in the sea of silver lightning. One was in front and 2 were behind him. The one who was standing in the sea of silver lightning further away from the barrier was an old man who appeared to be in a sorry state. Who else could it be other than Mu Han? The person who was barely supporting his body in front of the barrier on the opposite side was Xiao Yan. The person in front of him was the Northern King, who had been protecting him all the way. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan violently coughed as fresh blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. His deathly pale face looked extremely terrifying. Due to his extreme weakness, it was extremely difficult for him to breathe. His originally pitch-black eyes were now filled with a grayish-white color. The aura around his body had already reached its lowest point. Even so, Xiao Yan still persevered. He knew that as long as he crossed the final barrier behind him and entered the depths of the lightning pool, even Mu Han would not dare to carelessly step into it. Although there was a barrier between them, Xiao Yan could still feel the terror of the black lightning bolts. Once those lightning bolts attacked together, even Mu Han would not be able to withstand that kind of power. Xiao Yan believed that the Mu Han in front of him would definitely not gamble his life with Xiao Yan. In the distance, Mu Han's turbid old eyes were staring intently at Xiao Yan. His eyes were like a pair of eagle's hooks, as if he wanted to use his gaze to drag Xiao Yan to his front. However, at this moment, he was actually looking at Xiao Yan with a grave expression on his face. To be more precise, it was aimed at the black lightning within the barrier behind Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan was weak, he had also noticed this. Immediately, he felt slightly relieved in his heart. It seemed that what Gu Li and the others had said was true. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor like Mu Han was afraid of the depths of the lightning pool. Yan Xiao, you already have nowhere to run. Do you still intend to continue struggling? Mu Han pretended to be calm as he shouted at Xiao Yan. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan's aura was so weak that he coughed violently once again. However, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a mocking smile. It was a long while later before he spoke to Mu Han with a slightly hoarse voice. Cough, cough, is that so? Don't I also have a place behind me? As Xiao Yan spoke, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. This caused his face to turn even paler and his aura to become even weaker. His weak appearance made it seem as if he would collapse at any moment. "Even if you enter it, you will still die," Mu Han shouted once again. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched a few times. Clearly, although he wanted Xiaoyan to die, he did not wish for him to die somewhere else. He wanted to kill Xiaoyan not only because he wanted to kill him, but also because he had other motives. Are you afraid that I will enter it?" Xiaoyan's tone was weak as he softly laughed. Mu Han snorted as his eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. However, he did not say anything. "Don't you want to kill me? Why do you have such an expression now that I am about to die?" Xiaoyan continued to speak. At the end of his words, his voice paused for a moment before he continued. "It is because of the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, right?" The expression on Mu Han's wrinkled old face finally changed when Xiaoyan's words left his mouth. The hand under his sleeves slowly tightened. A moment later, Mu Han's dark, cold old face once again revealed a smile. That's right. The real reason why I entered the lightning pool is for the Emperor Tribulation Elixir. Xiaoyan was slightly surprised that Mu Han had taken the initiative to admit it. However, he did not have the mood to care about this. Mu Han's tone paused for a moment. His turbid old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan before he continued to speak. "You should also know that as a 9-star half-emperor, it is extremely difficult to break through. If you rely on yourself to forcefully break through to the Do D class, the chances of that happening are extremely slim. Let's not talk about the difficulty of breaking through. Even if you manage to break through, without the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, you will not have much of a chance of winning against the Emperor Tribulation." After Mu Han's words sounded, Xiaoyan on the opposite side raised his hand with great difficulty. A thought passed through his heart and a glow flashed across his palm. A lustrous jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Through the jade bottle, one could see a Longan-sized round medicinal pill quietly lying within it. It was the Emperor Tribulation Elixir. When Mu Han saw the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, he wished that he could immediately rush forward and snatch it from Xiaoyan's hands. However, in the blink of an eye, Mu Han swiftly recovered and his face regained its calmness. The Xiaoyan in front of him was not easy to deal with. Even though he was like a lamp that had run out of oil, if he used the last of his strength to crush the medicinal pill in his hand along with the jade bottle, he might not be able to obtain a full-grade Emperor Tribulation Elixir in his lifetime. That kind of outcome was not something that Mu Han wished to see. Therefore, he must obtain the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in Xiaoyan's hands. It is rumored that during the previous Alchemist Grand Meeting, young friend Yan Xiao had refined a full-grade Emperor Tribulation Elixir. Now that I have seen it today, it is indeed true that the rumors are true. Mu Han's eyes stared at the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in the jade bottle. However, he could not help but praise Xiaoyan. A person with a well-deserved reputation, is about to die in your hands." Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and spoke to Mu Han with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Mu Han laughed out loud once again. Then, he looked at Xiaoyan and smiled insincerely at Xiaoyan. Both of us are sensible people. Given your current situation, you will definitely die if you turn around. Even if I am in my peak condition, I do not dare to casually step into the core of the lightning pool. I believe that Gu Li and the other old fellows have already clearly told you about this. Therefore, I will not say anything more. Now, as long as you hand over the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in your hands to me, I can guarantee that I will not harm you. Furthermore, from today onwards, I will not pursue the matter between us. In fact, as long as you wish, I can even help you kill MOD. How about it? 1 medicinal pill in exchange for 2 lives. To you, this should be worth it. As he spoke, Mu Han slowly walked towards Xiaoyan. The palm under his sleeve was extended towards Xiaoyan as he waited for Xiaoyan to throw the jade bottle over. Why should I believe you? With your strength, you can kill me in an instant after obtaining the elixir. Isn't giving you the elixir equivalent to seeking my own death? Xiaoyan's body staggered and this caused Mu Han's heart to jump. However, the words that came out of Xiaoyan's mouth caused the latter to frown once again. Do you think that you still have a choice? Hand over the elixir to me and I will let you live. Otherwise, you will lose both your life and your wealth." After a cold laugh was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth, his body suddenly turned and he charged into the barrier behind him. Behind him, the strong body of the Northern King suddenly moved and blocked Mu Han, who was charging over, outside of the barrier. Chapter 315. Within the endless pitch-black lightning pool, countless pitch-black thunderbolts continuously flowed within it. Occasionally, a terrifying explosion would reverberate within the lightning pool, causing a chain reaction. At a certain spot within the lightning pool, a blood-drenched human figure was quietly lying within the pitch-black sea of thunderbolts. At this very moment, there was a nearly 10-meter-long giant golden dragon revolving around his body. A strange pressure spread out, expelling all the black thunderbolts that were approaching him. It was also because of this that the blood-drenched man was able to preserve his life. During this process, the giant golden dragon licked all the fresh blood that flowed out from the wounds on the man's body. The mysterious thing was that after the giant dragon licked those wounds, the fresh blood that continuously flowed out also stopped. As the giant dragon licked the wounds on the man's body, traces of purple gold blood were also absorbed by the giant dragon. When the blood stopped flowing out, the giant dragon's bell-like golden beast eyes actually revealed a mysterious purple gold color. Roar! A low dragon roar resounded and the entire lightning pool gradually calmed down as the dragon roar was emitted. The thunderbolts that flowed in all directions actually seemed to be afraid as they obediently floated in the empty space. They were like tamed beasts that had become docile. As the dragon roar was emitted, the blood-drenched man, who had already fainted and was lying flat in the empty space, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. However, it quickly became quiet once again. As time passed, after an unknown period of time, most of the injuries on Xiao Yan's body had already recovered. His spiritual strength had also recovered to its peak. Following a low groan, Xiao Yan finally gradually woke up from his unconscious state. The first thing that Xiao Yan noticed when he woke up was little gold, who had returned to its original size, lying on his chest. After briefly sensing the situation in his body, Xiao Yan smiled in a relaxed manner. The injuries that he had sustained after the battle with Mu Han had already completely recovered. Just as he was about to get up, Xiao Yan casually swept his gaze across the empty space around him. With a single glance, he saw the pitch-black thunderbolts that were floating in the empty space like dead objects. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. His face, which had just recovered its rosy color, instantly turned deathly pale again. Deep shock was revealed in his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Yan suddenly stood up, only to discover that he was at the core of the lightning pool in the empty realm. Countless black thunderbolts surrounded him and the Northern King, who was still standing by the side. Xiao Yan's mouth was wide open, but he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His face was filled with shock. It was only at this moment that he finally reacted. In order to avoid Mu Han, he had turned around and charged into the core of the lightning pool without hesitation. But now, he was surrounded by endless black thunderbolts. He had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's lair. "He, smelly brat, you are finally awake?" While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked, Gu Yu's mocking voice was faintly transmitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan immediately reacted when he heard Gu Yu's words. The pitch-black thunderbolts in front of him were not as wild and violent as they had been before he had entered. At this moment, these thunderbolts appeared much calmer. They were like treasured swords that had been sheathed and had withdrawn their sharpness. From the looks of it, someone had subdued them. "Old Gu, these were not done by me. I have already said that I will no longer help you after entering the lightning pool. Hence, these fellows were not subdued by me." Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he heard this. He pondered for a moment before his eyes landed on Xiao Jin, who was flipping and flying in the void in front of him. This little fellow is not as simple as you think. Although these thunderbolts are wild and violent, they are like ancestors in front of Xiao Jin. As long as Xiao Jin is around, you need not worry about these thunderbolts daring to do anything to you. Moreover, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt surprised when he heard Gu Yu praise little Qing. By being able to cause an old fellow like Guyu to praise little Qing, one could tell just how great little Jin's future potential was. However, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel suspicious was Guyu's unfinished words and that mysterious smile that was thought-provoking. This caused Xiao Yan to feel even more curious about Xiao Jin in front of him. Xiao Yan could be said to know everything about Xiao Jin. However, it seemed that Xiao Yan's understanding of Xiao Jin had gradually changed ever since he had arrived at the Yuanwu continent. Or perhaps, it was after it had swallowed that thread of strange spatial strength. Xiao Jin lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan when he noticed his gaze. After which, his nimble body twisted and he quickly circled around Xiao Yan. Then he climbed onto Xiao Yan's hand and climbed onto his shoulder. Xiao Yan tilted his head and looked at Xiao Jin, who was lying on his shoulder. The man and beast stared at each other for a long time. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Jin's golden eyes. The pure golden light did not contain any impurities. Xiao Jin's small and exquisite body was the same as when Xiao Yan had first seen it. It had not changed at all. If there were any changes, it could only be said that Xiao Jin's strength had far surpassed what it had been in the past. No matter how much this little fellow has changed, it is still Xiao Jin. It is enough as long as it is like this. Xiao Yan raised his hand. Warmth flowed in his eyes as he gently rubbed Xiao Jin on his shoulder and quietly said in his heart. Xiao Jin could feel Xiao Yan's gentle stroking. His small head happily rubbed against Xiao Yan's rough palm. He licked Xiao Yan's palm with his moist tongue. When he felt the itch in his palm, Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Jin again and found that Xiao Jin was eagerly looking at him. Xiao Yan immediately smiled. He flipped his hand and a grade 9 pill appeared in his palm. Xiao Jin did not stand on ceremony. The moment the pill appeared, it twisted its small body with a swoosh sound and swiftly flashed into Xiao Yan's palm. It extended 2 adorable dragon claws and hugged the pill, which was half the size of its head. Without any hesitation, it swallowed the pill in an extremely exaggerated manner. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed softly when he saw this scene. Immediately, he ignored Gu Xiaojin and allowed it to play around. Xiao Yan's clear eyes looked towards this lightning pool. His dark black eyes, which were as calm as an old well, had an unusual splendor at this moment. Compared to the silver-colored thunderbolts in the outside world, the energy that the dark black thunderbolts in this place possessed was even more frightening. The lightning strength in this place was also purer than the lightning in the outside world. If Xiao Yan were to absorb the lightning in this place, he even dared to conclude that his strength would definitely rise by a large level. This was also what he hoped for. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly swept across the dark black lightning. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, Xiao Yan grabbed with his large hand and a lightning bolt that was as thick as his wrist was caught in his palm. When the lightning bolt entered his hand, it immediately began to struggle violently in Xiao Yan's hand. Powerful energy was continuously released in an attempt to escape Xiao Yan's palm. However, Xiao Yan merely sneered at this. If there were nearly 100 lightning bolts attacking at the same time, Xiao Yan would naturally have difficulty dealing with them. However, if it was only one of them, Xiao Yan was not afraid at all. A thought passed through his mind and a heavenly flame immediately rose from Xiao Yan's palm, which was holding onto the lightning bolt. In a short moment, the lightning bolt turned into an extremely pure Do-Chi torrent that poured into Xiao Yan's body and became a part of his strength. As he felt the pure Do-Chi pouring into his body, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth gradually lifted into a smile. Others treated the deepest part of the lightning pool as a place of death. However, at this moment, this place was like heaven to him. Next, I will make a breakthrough here. Chapter 3:16. In the depths of the pitch-black lightning pool, Xiao Yan was currently sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. As he slowly circulated the cultivation technique within his body, an enormous energy whirlpool formed above Xiao Yan's head. An extremely frightening suction force was emitted from the enormous energy vortex. Threads of natural energy, visible to the naked eye, continued to appear from the empty space under this frightening suction force. They merged into the vortex and entered Xiao Yan's body. As the natural energy entered his body, The heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body immediately rose and refined the natural energy until it was extremely pure. Only then did the natural energy flow through Xiao Yan's meridians and converge into the whirlpool, becoming a part of Xiao Yan's overall strength. After such a long period of refinement and absorption, Xiao Yan's aura also became stronger and stronger. When he opened his eyes again, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the peak of a 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4-star half-martial emperor realm. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. 2 brilliant fire glows suddenly shot out from his dark black eyes. Following the distortion of the space in front of him, the 2 fire glows that contained a frightening aura swiftly entered the endless empty space and disappeared. Xiao Yan ignored these minute changes. He carefully inspected his body until he confirmed that there were no longer any residual injuries. Only then did Xiao Yan slowly raise his head. His gaze swept around him and the corner of his mouth revealed a satisfied expression. After a while, Xiao Yan did not immediately rush to break through. Instead, he looked to the side at the Northern King, who had been standing motionlessly like an iron tower. At this moment, the Northern King's robust body still had scars from the battle with Mu Han. Even with Xiao Yan's composure, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked when he saw the scars on the surface of the Northern King's body. Xiao Yan admitted that the Northern King's physical strength was something that even he couldn't compare to. After all, the Northern King's body was that of a dragon. His strength had reached the terrifying level of a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, Xiao Yan didn't expect that even so, his physical body would still be damaged by Mu Han. Although the damage wasn't too great, this was the first time in all the battles that the Northern King had fought in the past. It had to be said that Mu Han's strength wasn't just for show. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, although he was domineering and arrogant, he had the qualifications to be arrogant and despotic. In comparison, although Xiao Yan's overall strength wasn't weak, he still couldn't compare to Mu Han. After secretly praising Mu Han in his heart, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the pitch-black lightning. Before the Northern King's strength had advanced to that of a half-martial emperor, he really didn't dare to imagine that a puppet could possess the strength of a half-martial emperor. After all, this kind of strength was much stronger than many human cultivators. However, ever since the Northern King's strength had advanced to that of a half-martial emperor, Xiao Yan already understood that the Northern King wasn't an ordinary puppet. The limit of his growth was probably far greater than this. Although he had always wanted to try and see if he could increase the Northern King's strength, he had never had the chance. After all, ordinary lightning was useless to the Northern King. If he wanted to gather enough lightning energy, he would have to rely on refining medicinal pills. However, for the current Xiao Yan, if he wanted to increase the Northern King's strength, the pill lightning he attracted would have to be at least at the level of an emperor-grade medicinal pill. However, how could it be so easy to refine and D-tier medicinal pill? The spiritual strength and Do Qi that was exhausted in the process was something that the current Xiao Yan had difficulty enduring. Hence, the frightening pill lightning that was present in this lightning pool had become the best holy ground in his heart to raise the strength of the Northern King. I wonder how much the Northern King's strength will increase if he devours this lightning. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly observed the Northern King. His heart was filled with anticipation. After all, the thunderbolts in this place were something that even someone like Mu Han was extremely afraid of. One could imagine how strong they were. If the Northern King swallowed them, the effect that it would obtain would likely be far from what an ordinary pill lightning could compare with. Xiao Yan couldn't help but have a thought when he thought of this. He wanted to give it a try. With a thought, the North King seemed to have received an order. His strong, tower-like body suddenly moved and charged toward the pitch-black thunderbolts. Bang, bang, bang! A series of continuous explosions suddenly appeared. Xiao Yan could only see the Northern King's body being repeatedly shot between the many thunderbolts. The frightening energy that the dark black thunderbolts possessed caused it to be unable to swallow them like an ordinary thunderbolt. However, the Northern King had already reached its limit after the first few lightning bolts had entered its body. It would likely be unable to devour any more lightning bolts within a short period of time. Xiao Yan could only obtain a vague answer. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest anxiety in his heart. Training was not easy to begin with. Moreover, this king was merely a puppet. Being able to swiftly raise his strength to such an extent had already exceeded the training results of many people. Now that a large amount of training resources was in front of him, why would he need to be anxious? However, just as the Northern King charged into the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, Xiao Jin, who was on Xiao Yan's shoulder, looked at the flickering pitch-black lightning bolts. An extremely human-like expression of desire appeared in its golden eyes. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. However, this was fleeting. Xiao Jin's original body was the 9 mysterious golden lightning. Devouring lightning bolts to increase its strength was merely its instinct. Previously, for the sake of Xiao Yan's safety, it wasn't in a hurry to devour the lightning bolts. Of course, on the other hand, it wasn't in the mood to devour them. After all, in its heart, no matter how good power was, it couldn't compare to Xiao Yan in front of it. In its pearl-like eyes, Xiao Yan had long become its everything. It could give up power, but it definitely couldn't lose Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan had completely recovered. When Xiao Jin saw the tens of thousands of lightning bolts in front of it, the little desire in its heart rose again. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw Xiao Jin's eager manner. He glanced at the Northern King on the other side, who was being repeatedly shot like a rubber ball by the tens of thousands of thunderbolts. He opened his mouth and spoke to Xiao Jin with a smile. "Little fellow, you also want to devour those lightning bolts?" When Xiao Jin heard this, it hurriedly nodded its little head in an extremely human-like manner. It expressed its feelings to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled, nodded his head and continued speaking. "Go, but remember, don't force it. Everything has its limits." When Xiao Yan finished speaking, Xiao Jin acted as if it didn't hear him. Its small body flashed and appeared in the tens of thousands of lightning bolts. It couldn't wait to charge into the terrifying black lightning bolts. Xiao Yan looked at the Northern King and Xiao Jin, who were in the sea of lightning. He shrugged helplessly. After a long while, he finally exhaled deeply. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into an arc. He narrowed his eyes and sneered in a low voice. "Muhan, you've really given me a big gift by forcing me into this place. I'll definitely return this favor in the future." Chapter 317. Crackle. Thunder rumbled in the pitch-black lightning pool. Xiao Yan, Xiao Jin, and the Northern King were all standing in different directions as they continuously absorbed the frightening lightning within the lightning pool. The Northern King's devouring was relatively direct and violent. Wherever his body passed by, a dozen or so pitch-black lightning would be sucked into his body. In an instant, intense muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the Northern King's body. They sounded like the roars of beasts. As the lightning devoured, the injuries on the Northern King's body were all healed. His pitch-black and solid skin gave off a strange feeling of indestructibility. Occasionally, pitch-black lightning would flash through his indifferent eyes. On the surface of the Northern King's body, pitch-black lightning would flicker unceasingly. They had become a part of his tough and tyrannical strength. Compared to the Northern King, Xiao Jin was even more tyrannical. Or perhaps, it could be said that he was barbaric. In front of Xiao Jin, those originally terrifying lightning bolts were like a big cat that had seen a tiger. No matter how strong he was normally in front of Xiao Jin, he could not even use a tenth of his usual strength. At this moment, Xiao Jin had transformed again. He had turned into a 30-meter-long golden dragon. His enormous golden dragon claws grabbed at the air, and a large amount of black lightning was caught in his palm. Xiao Jin was not courteous at all. He seemed to be completely treating the lightning as food. He opened his mouth and swallowed the lightning in one gulp. After he finished eating, he even symbolically burped. However, after a short while, he began to eat again. Compared to the Northern King, the lightning pool in the sky was a true paradise for Xiao Jin. As he continued to devour the lightning, Xiao Jin's strength was rapidly increasing. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also begun to break through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor. Back in the Spirit Ginseng clan, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached peak 3-star half-martial emperor. After going through the many battles in the past month and a half, Xiao Yan's cultivation was only a matter of time before he broke through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor. When Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in the empty space and calmed his heart down, the qi method within his body began to circulate. A huge energy swirl had already appeared in the empty space where he was. The appearance of the energy whirlpool immediately attracted the dark black thunderbolts. A frightening suction force wildly erupted. It was like a tornado that was hanging upside down. The wild suction force continued to tear the surrounding empty space. Numerous dark black thunderbolts were like small fish that had been drawn into a whirlpool as they swiftly gathered toward Xiao Yan. In the face of so many thunderbolts, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. With a thought, the heavenly flame within the vortex within his body immediately spread out, wrapping around Xiao Yan's internal organs, meridians, and bones. These thunderbolts had an extremely great tempering effect on the body. Xiao Yan would not give up such an opportunity. Therefore, he did not throw the heavenly flame out of his body. However, if he did so, the pain Xiao Yan would have to endure while absorbing the power of the thunderbolts would be even more unbearable. Regarding this, Xiao Yan did not have much of a change in his heart. He understood that if he wanted to obtain a sufficiently strong power, he would have to pay a sufficiently high price. Although the following process of absorbing the power of the thunderbolts might be very painful, it was much better than being chased by others. At the very least, he could guarantee that he would not die. Come on. 4-star half-martial emperor, I'm coming. With a low shout in his heart, the vortex above Xiao Yan's head suddenly trembled. The frightening suction power became even more ferocious. Like an ancient giant beast, it unceasingly pulled the pitch-black thunderbolts closer and closer before being engulfed by the vortex. After the thunderbolts gathered, they ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Yan's body. The pitch-black and frightening power of the thunderbolts instantly exploded. Like a bomb, the berserk energy bombarded Xiao Yan's body. Pain instantly spread throughout Xiao Yan's entire body. The pain that came from his body was simply unbearable for Xiao Yan. However, he still managed to endure it with a strength that surpassed that of ordinary people. Xiao Yan tightly clenched his teeth, his face distorted, and the muscles all over his body instantly tightened. As the thunderbolts were absorbed into Xiao Yan's body, the places that were touched by the thunderbolts earlier turned scarlet red. It was as if they were being burned by fire. Even the blood vessels under his skin appeared to be extremely distorted and frightening. Although this process was extremely painful, the results obtained were clearly extremely remarkable. After being tempered by the thunderbolts, Xiao Yan's physical body had clearly become even more powerful. At the same time, the pitch-black thunderbolts exploded the instant they came into contact with Xiao Yan's body. Then, they were forcibly absorbed into Xiao Yan's body. Faced with the sudden influx of frightening thunderbolts, Xiao Yan's heart was extremely calm. The instant the thunderbolts appeared, the heavenly flame that had been waiting for them immediately pounced over. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, it completely enveloped the thunderbolts. As his physical body continued to be tempered, the heavenly flame within his body continued to refine the thunderbolts. Xiao Yan's aura also gradually rose. As Xiao Yan entered seclusion training in the depths of the lightning pool in the sky, the battle outside the lightning pool had already stopped. At this very moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin were seated in a lightning pool that was filled with bright silver lightning. They were not in a hurry to cultivate. Deep worry was revealed on their old faces as they felt incomparably anxious in their hearts. At this very moment, it had already been over 2 months since the battle where Mu Han had chased after Xiao Yan. Gu Li and Qi Lin could still clearly remember the extremely gloomy expression on Mu Han's old face when he returned from chasing after Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he had not managed to catch up to Xiao Yan. Originally, Gu Li and Qi Lin felt rather fortunate for Xiao Yan. After all, he was able to escape from the pursuit of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Even if he were to be defeated, such a battle result would still be glorious. Of course, the thing that they were most concerned about was that Xiao Yan was still alive. However, as time elapsed, the originally relaxed expressions on Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces gradually disappeared. In the past 2 months, They had been searching for Xiao Yan's traces all over the lightning pool. However, from the beginning to the end, they had not discovered the slightest trace of him. In fact, they had not even sensed his aura. This gave them the feeling that Xiao Yan had already left the lightning pool. However, how could they not know that the lightning pool was not a place where one could come and go as they pleased? The lightning pool would open after 100 years. When half-martial emperors like them entered, the lightning pool would automatically close. The next time it would open would be half a year later. Before that, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to leave this place before that. Unless that person was able to ignore the protection of the lightning pillars outside. They did not believe that Xiao Yan would be able to withstand those lightning pillars. After all, just a single Muhan was enough to make him go all out. Yet those lightning pillars could easily kill Muhan. Since there was no such reason, the only explanation that could explain why they were unable to find Xiao Yan was death. Chapter 318. Ugh, where do you think this fellow Yan Xiao can be? Gu Li sat cross-legged in the empty space within the lightning pool. His wrinkled old face revealed a deep worry at this moment. It was a long while later before Gu Li slowly lifted a pair of turbid old eyes that were similarly filled with worry. His tone was somewhat low as he spoke to Qi Lin, who was also seated cross-legged in the empty space beside him. The expression on Qi Lin's old face became a little gloomier when he heard Gu Li's words. During these 2 months, they had already run all over the lightning pool in the empty space. They had already searched all the places that they could think of. Unfortunately, these 2 months had actually forcefully destroyed all the hope in their hearts. Xiao Yan seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. No matter how they searched, they were ultimately unable to find any clues. Until this moment, the hearts of the two of them had gradually become gloomy. Do you still think that fellow Yan Xiao is still alive even now? Qi Lin's face was solemn. His expression appeared somewhat gloomy. Some ruthlessness faintly gathered deep within his turbid old eyes. If Xiao Yan were to die, he would vent all of his anger on Muhan. At this moment, he did not doubt that Xiao Yan had already died in Muhan's hands in that battle. Otherwise, how could they not find Yan Xiao? Gu Li's frown became even more twisted when he heard Qi Lin's somewhat solemn words. The expression on his face also became increasingly gloomy. However, there was an unknown thought that existed in his heart without him realizing it. He did not think that not being able to find Xiao Yan meant that he was already dead. Perhaps he was currently training in a place that none of them could detect. After all, during the battle with Muhan that day, Xiao Yan had also used that strange secret technique that caused his body and all of his aura to instantly disappear. Even a frightening Do technique like this soul-suppressing seal was unable to touch him. Perhaps they had also brushed shoulders with Xiao Yan. It was just that the latter was immersed in training and did not reveal himself. Perhaps we are thinking too much. Moreover, when Muhan returned that day, his expression was not good. If we had successfully caught up with Yan Xiao, he should be happy. However, that expression does not seem like it. What if he is acting for us to see? What should we say then? Qi Lin's expression was still gloomy. Gu Li's words did not make his heart feel any better. Ugh, there's no other way. Let's talk about it after we leave. Regardless, once the time is up, everyone must leave the lightning pool. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave. If Yan Xiao is still alive, he will definitely leave. What if he isn't? Qi Lin asked in a deep voice. If not, then it's time for a change of dynasty in this ancient savage city. Gu Li's tone was calm, but the expression in his turbid old eyes was as sharp as a sword. Half a year's time was like flowing water. It swiftly flowed by as everyone in the lightning pool crazily trained. Until a certain moment, the tunnel that led to the lightning pool once again opened. A thick lightning pillar stood in the lightning pool like a pillar that supported the sky. Numerous thick thunderbolts continued to revolve within the tunnel. The roaring sound of thunder was like an order to chase away guests. It was deafening. At this moment, everyone in the lightning pool knew that the time was up. It was time to leave. After everyone left the lightning pool one after another, everyone was surprised to discover that Muhan and Gu Li's group, who had always been at odds with each other, had actually tacitly become silent when they left the lightning pool. No one bothered about the other. It was only when they exited the lightning pool passageway that everyone realized that MOD, the employer, was nowhere to be seen. Even Yan Bing, who had made a breakthrough, could only stand beside Mu Han with an indifferent expression on her face. However, deep fear could be seen in her ice-cold eyes. There was no need to mention Old Monster who had betrayed them in front of everyone. However, no one had seen him. It was likely that he had come out earlier than everyone else and had already left. Faced with Mu Han and Yan Bing, who had just made a breakthrough, even someone as bold as Old Monster who could only temporarily avoid them. At the same time, everyone also realized that Xiao Yan, who was originally the leader of Gu Li's group, was nowhere to be found. Only Gu Li and Qi Lin were left. Furthermore, from their gloomy expressions, it seemed like they did not obtain any benefits from entering the lightning pool. Since Xiao Yan was not around, everyone immediately turned their gazes towards Mu Han. They remembered that the person who had chased after Xiao Yan in the big battle was Mu Han himself. However, looking at his expression at this moment, it was indifferent. No one was able to tell what was going on. However, everyone's hearts were filled with a myriad of thoughts. Mu Han's expression was much better compared to Gu Li and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan might have really died in his hands. After Gu Li and the rest left, the news of Xiao Yan's death rapidly spread throughout the ancient wildland city like a bird that had grown wings. The expressions of everyone who heard of it changed instantly. They did not expect that the genius, who had shocked everyone in the ancient wildland city, would ultimately die in Mu Han's hands. How sad, how lamentable. After the news spread, a furious and incredulous cry was suddenly emitted from the peaceful spirit ginseng tribe. What? Yan Xiao is dead? The instant he heard Luo Jin's words, old Luo, who was originally sitting leisurely at the side of the stone table, suddenly stood up. His extremely terrifying aura swept across the table in an uncontrollable rage. The stone table and chairs at the side were instantly crushed into stone powder. The ground under his feet was also swiftly shaken, forming numerous large cracks that resembled spider webs. Old Luo's expression was volatile. His heart was extremely shocked. He did not dare to believe the words that came out of Luo Jin's mouth. Luo Jin nodded his head with a grave expression. Even though he did not want to believe it, he had already met Gu Li and Qi Lin. He did not think that Gu Li and Qi Lin would abandon Xiao Yan. Looking at their expressions, in addition to the words of the surrounding crowd, this time, Xiao Yan was likely already, who did this? A low and deep cry that was like the fury of a hidden dragon was suddenly emitted. Luo Jin felt the entire spirit ginseng space tremble slightly at this moment. Even Qing Mu, who was in a closed-door training, was forcefully awakened. Mu Han. Luo Jin clenched his teeth and said the name that caused his heart to almost explode with rage. His pitch-black eyes were filled with a raging fury that was difficult to extinguish. Han. Is it that self-righteous brat? This old man saw that it was not easy for him to train, so I did not bother about him. That is why he is so daring. He even dares to kill the person that this old man wants to protect. Old Luo's expression was extremely gloomy. Every word that he said caused the entire space to tremble. The winds and clouds churned in the sky. The sky also changed according to Luo Ao's mood. Even the heavens had to obey the might of the strong. What happened? Suddenly, Qing Mu's grave voice faintly sounded. Only then did Luo Ao's expression calm down slightly. Yan Xiao, something happened? Luo Jin opened his mouth once again and said. Qing Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. His expression was strange as he looked at the two people in front of him. He muttered in his heart, something happened to Yan Xiao? Did he not cause enough trouble in the ancient savage city? Isn't it completely normal for him to cause trouble again? However, when he saw the gloomy expression on Luo Ao's face, he could not help but be slightly shocked. With a slightly strange tone, he opened his mouth and said, Why? Could it be that Yan Xiao provoked someone like He Mu again? However, immediately after, Qing Mu shook his head and muttered with a doubtful tone, That shouldn't be the case. Even if he met someone of that level, with that existence, How could Yan Xiao be afraid of him? Hearing Qing Mu's words that did not seem to make sense, Luo Jin and Luo Ao were somewhat doubtful. Luo Jin had a bitter expression as he shook his head. With a bitter expression, he said, "Elder Qing Mu, Yan Xiao, he is already dead." Just as he finished speaking, the expression in Qing Mu's eyes suddenly froze. His expression could not help but be slightly startled for a moment. After which, his tone was filled with deep doubt as he exclaimed, "He's dead. How is that possible? Mu Han personally attacked him. It is impossible for him to have a chance." Luo Jin's tone was low as he shook his head and sighed. Mu Han? That 9-star half-emperor brat? Qing Mu's eyebrows slightly raised as he asked. Seeing that Qing Mu did not seem to care, Luo Jin could not help but feel a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. However, he still frowned and said, "That's right, it's him. Although Mu Han is only an insignificant small character to you guys, his strength is definitely enough to defeat Yan Xiao." Qing Mu heard the trace of resentment in Luo Jin's words and immediately understood in his heart. He laughed a few times. Only then did Qing Mu look at Luo Ao, who was frowning and thinking about something. Then, he looked at Luo Jin, paused for a moment and laughed. "Ha, Luo Jin brat, your words are indeed correct. That Mu Han is indeed an ant-like existence to us. If an ordinary 3-star half-emperor were to stand in front of him, it is likely that they would not even have the courage to fight against him. However, both you and I are clearly aware that Mu Han's opponent this time around is Yan Xiao. He is not someone who can be judged by common sense." Luo Jin's expression slightly froze as he looked at Luo Ao. However, he discovered that the latter was also staring at Qing Mu with a suspicious expression. Luo Jin could not help but feel astonished in his heart. Qing Mu seemed to know some of Xiao Yan's secrets. Furthermore, from his confident appearance, there was an 80% chance that Xiao Yan was fine. This caused Luo Jin to let out a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but feel puzzled. Exactly what secret did Xiao Yan have that could actually cause Qing Mu, who shared everything with Luo Ao, to conceal it? Exactly what was going on in this matter? Chapter 319. After the trip to the Void Lightning Pond came to an end, the majority of the people that had left the Void Lightning Pond had managed to make breakthroughs in their strength. Many of the peak 7-star half-martial emperors that had entered the Void Lightning Pond had managed to reach the 8-star half-martial emperor level. There were even some people with decent talent that managed to break through to the 8-star half-martial emperor level at an extremely astonishing speed by relying on their late 7-star half-martial emperor level of strength. Of course, there were those who broke through and those who didn't. As for the remaining portion, even if they didn't break through, after being tempered by the lightning energy in the Void Lightning Pool, it was only a matter of time before they broke through. The trip to the Void Lightning Pool could be said to be very fruitful. No wonder there would be so many half-martial emperors gathering in the ancient city of Savage Desolation whenever the Void Lightning Pool opened. The temptation of being able to rapidly increase the strength of half-martial emperors was not small at all. When the trip to the Void Lightning Pool came to an end, the Alchemist Guild, the Yunyin Pavilion and even the Baima Manor, the 3 giants of the ancient city of Savage Desolation, were all in an extremely strange atmosphere. There was no need to mention the Alchemist Guild. When the news of Xiao Yan's death spread, the entire Alchemist Guild became silent. No one dared to believe that Yan Xiao, who was so mighty half a year ago and no one could suppress him in the ancient city of Savage Desolation, who was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild, the most dazzling member of the younger generation in the past 200 years, a rank 2 alchemist who was able to concoct emperor-grade complete pellets the moment he made a move, would actually die just like that? When the news from the outside informed them that one of the 2 tyrants of the ancient city of Savage Desolation, Mu Han, had personally killed Xiao Yan, a ball of fury immediately rose in the hearts of the Alchemist Guild's alchemists. No matter what, Mu Han was a senior and a 9-star half-martial emperor, one of the 2 tyrants of the ancient city of Savage Desolation. Yet, he actually used his strength to bully the weak to kill a 3-star half-martial emperor. This was simply too much of a bully. Even though the reason for this was because Xiao Yan had killed Mu Han's precious disciple, Wu Mahue, anyone would be able to guess that Wu Mahui had died at Xiao Yan's hands because of Mod's meddling. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yan and Wu Mahui, two completely unrelated people, have formed a grudge against each other? Moreover, forget about Wu Mahui. Given Xiao Yan's character, why would he kill someone who had no relationship with him for no reason? Even if there were some small conflicts between the two of them, given Xiao Yan's current status, he would not bother about a little Do Xing class brat. Killing him was even more impossible. Hence, Xiao Yan's death had caused Mu Han to become the target of public criticism. At the same time, the latter did not expect that Xiao Yan would be able to establish such a position in the hearts of everyone in the ancient savage city within just a few months after arriving at the ancient savage city. However, before this matter could be settled, another shocking news was quickly spread. Although Mu Han had relied on his great strength to attack Xiao Yan in the lightning pool, the latter had also displayed an extremely shocking strength. By relying on the various tough tactics that he had mastered, Yan Xiao had not only been able to contend with Mu Han in a dangerous manner, but he had also relied on the frightening Do skills that he had mastered to cause Mu Han to suffer many times. He had even nearly seriously injured the latter. If such a battle result was spread by an expert of the same level, it would naturally be laughed at by others. However, if it was Xiao Yan, it would once again cause a great commotion in the ancient savage city. Mu Han's strength was something that everyone in the ancient savage city acknowledged. As a 9-star bandit, the strength that he possessed was sufficient to cause everyone to feel shocked. However, it was precisely this unparalleled expert in the ancient savage city that had suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of a 3-star half-martial emperor, and he was even forced to use his signature Do skill. Such a battle achievement could be considered legendary. Even until now, everyone believed that Xiao Yan had already died. However, even though this was the case, it did not affect his legendary battle result in the hearts of everyone in the ancient savage city. It had been a couple of months since the lightning pool in the empty realm had closed. However, one could still hear the name Yan Xiao all over the place within the ancient savage desolate city. The various battle achievements of Xiao Yan had also been spread within the ancient savage desolate city for a long time. However, when everyone in the Alchemist Guild and the ancient savage city believed that Xiao Yan had already died, the Yun'in Pavilion was extremely quiet. It seemed that they did not intend to do anything about Xiao Yan's death. At this moment, everyone in the ancient savage city couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. They all knew that the Yun'in Pavilion's elder Xian had a close relationship with Xiao Yan. Now that something had happened to Xiao Yan, the elder Xian did not do anything. This inevitably caused everyone in the ancient savage city to feel disappointed in the elder Xian. They all believed that the elder Xian was afraid of Mu Han and did not dare to act rashly. Regarding this, elder Xian felt bitter in his heart. However, in the end, he could only suffer in silence. Mu Han was the cause of Xiao Yan's death. This was something that was set in stone. How could elder Xian not want to kill Mu Han and avenge Xiao Yan? However, things didn't go as he wished. Although elder Xian wanted to kill Mu Han, before he moved, Luo Jin, who had a good relationship with Xiao Yan and had praised Xiao Yan greatly, unexpectedly stopped him. This caused elder Xian to feel very puzzled. At the same time, it also caused him to feel somewhat dissatisfied. However, when Luo Jin told elder Xian about Qing Mu's judgment, elder Xian was finally convinced and did not act rashly. Although the outside world was saying that Xiao Yan had already died, elder Xian still had a trace of doubt in his heart. After all, Xiao Yan was not an ordinary person. Although his enemy was a 9-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan's strength was not something that could be underestimated with ordinary standards. Yun'in Pavilion. On the 6th floor of the pavilion, Luo Jin stood in front of a window and stared at the distant horizon. At this moment, he was facing the direction of the Gray Mountain Range. Sigh, that guy still hasn't come out. Heh, it has already been a year since he entered the Void Lightning Pool. According to common sense, he should have made a breakthrough long ago. However, he still hasn't come out. From the looks of it, his breakthrough this time was not small. Luo Jin's bright eyes slightly narrowed. Within his pitch-black pupils, a light of wisdom that did not match his age flickered. His fair hands, which were enough to make women envious, slowly fanned the jade fan in his hand. "Young master." Suddenly, a familiar old voice quietly rang out from the pavilion. Elder Xian's figure slowly appeared behind Luo Jin. "Looks like you've investigated thoroughly." The corners of Luo Jin's mouth slowly curled into a smile as he spoke in a calm tone. Elder Xian nodded and slowly opened his mouth to speak. "Young master, according to the information we received, the operation of the Ghost Temple sect a year and a half ago did not succeed. Not a single person who left the Dark Hall returned to the Dark Hall." "Did not return?" "Those guys have always been meticulous in their work. As long as they set out, they would definitely not fail. Exactly who was it that could make them suffer?" Hearing Elder Xian's words, Luo Jin could not help but be slightly startled. He frowned and felt somewhat surprised in his heart. The exact information is still unclear. However, some scouts reported that over a year ago, they seemed to have seen those guys from the Dark Hall in Yanluo City, which is relatively close to the ancient Savage City. Luo Jin's brows slightly raised. Those guys dared to appear in his territory. They were quite bold. However, Yanluo City seemed to be only a small city. Only one person appeared. According to the rough description of his strength, he should be an 8-star half-martial emperor. With such strength, he would at least be the third hall master in a branch hall. Apart from him, there was another person. He was also a half-martial emperor. However, he was not from the Dark Hall. Never would I have imagined that such a person would actually exist right under my nose. How negligent of me! Luo Jin's brows slightly raised as he softly chuckled. He did not take this matter to heart. Instead, he asked, "That third hall master went to find that person?" Hearing this, Elder Xian finally frowned with a strange expression on his face. He gently shook his head. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth to speak again under Luo Jin's strange gaze. "He's not looking for that half-emperor. He's looking for another one. It's a very young half-emperor. I don't know what he looks like, but he's wearing a black robe and has a gorgeous flame in his hand." Before his voice sounded, Luo Jin's expression suddenly froze. Behind him, Elder Xian also became silent. Chapter 320. Within the pitch-black lightning pool of the void, Xiao Yan was currently sitting cross-legged within a narrow space covered by countless pitch-black lightning bolts. His aura was completely contained within his body. He was like a dragon hidden in the abyss, continuously accumulating power. Following the unceasing circulation of the martial technique within his body, frightening lightning bolts were absorbed by Xiao Yan's body one after another. Immediately after, under the refinement of the heavenly flame, they turned into pure energy and poured into the vortex space within Xiao Yan's body, adding fuel to the fire for Xiao Yan's breakthrough. Following such a long period of refinement and absorption, Xiao Yan's strength was also slowly climbing. He was only waiting for the right time to complete his breakthrough in one go. This process of devouring and refining lasted for a total of half a year. This half a year was also the time when the people outside of the lightning pool of the void left. During this half a year, Xiao Yan was still immersed in his crazy training. Compared to when he had just entered the lightning pool of the void, his strength was many times stronger. Until a certain moment, the energy that was unceasingly accumulating within Xiao Yan's body finally erupted like a volcano. The instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes, the energy turned into a surging flood of dou qi. Like wild horses that had escaped their reins, they wantonly galloped within Xiao Yan's body. The invisible barrier within Xiao Yan's body also emitted a bang and burst apart. Immediately, following the pouring of dou qi, the aura within Xiao Yan's body rapidly soared. It was like a river that had broken through a dam. In a short few breaths' time, Xiao Yan's strength had completely broken through the shackles of a 3-star half-martial emperor and successfully advanced to a new level. 4-star half-martial emperor. Carefully sensing the changes in the aura within his body, Xiao Yan could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. The exhausted expression on his face rapidly disappeared and his heart became relaxed. So this is a 4-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan lightly clenched his fist, and the dou qi in his body quickly condensed in the center of his palm. As Xiao Yan closed his hand, it gradually dissipated. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Xiao Yan's palm swung out in a lightning-like manner. This palm did not contain the slightest bit of dou qi. However, just by relying on its momentum, the instant this palm was thrown out, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan was suddenly compressed into a basketball-sized invisible air cannon. Following a sharp ear-piercing explosion, the black-colored thunderbolts within a couple of feet in front of Xiao Yan were scattered by this attack. Is this the power of a 4-star half-martial emperor? Sure enough, it's different from that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, after being tempered by the lightning for the past half-year, it seems that my body has become much stronger than before. Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the small space above his palm. His 5 fingers slowly spread open, allowing his various nerves to relax as much as possible. At a certain instant, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned ruthless. At the same time, a frightening force abruptly gathered in his relaxed palm. Immediately after, his 5 slender fingers were like guillotines that were instantly retracted. Bringing along a frightening wind that tore through space, they fiercely clenched together with a loud bang. Bang! The empty space around Xiao Yan's hand suddenly burst apart the moment his 5 fingers were tightly clenched. A muffled thunder-like explosion spread. This frightening force was likely something that even some of the Band D-class magical beasts, who were renowned for their powerful physical bodies, would have difficulty matching. Huff! This feeling is truly not bad. With the current strength of my physical body, I'm afraid that even a 3-star half-martial emperor would be able to fight against him with my physical body. Xiao Yan lightly grinned. Tempering one's body through pain was indeed the fastest way to grow. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan's expression was relaxed as he turned his gaze towards the other 2 directions. The Northern King was still weaving through countless terrifying pitch-black lightning bolts. Compared to the beginning, the Northern King was much more proactive now. Any lightning bolt that came within 10 feet of the Northern King would be blasted apart by the Northern King in the most violent manner possible with a single punch. Then, the Northern King would press forward and absorb the lightning energy into his body. The Northern King's aura also became more and more tyrannical. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile and nod. The Northern King's strength also gave Xiao Yan more confidence when traveling outside. After all, this world only recognized strength. The weak could only be trampled on by others. Only strength could make others take you seriously. Of course, as long as you were strong enough, those fellows wouldn't care about the origin or ownership of that strength. However, the prerequisite was that you had to have that strength. When Xiao Yan shifted his gaze away from the Northern King and looked at Xiao Jin on the other side, his calm face involuntarily twitched. The way he looked at Xiao Jin was as though he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Xiao Jin was lazily entrenched in the void. Under its special pressure, the streaks of black lightning seemed to have received some kind of order and actually lined up strangely. As Xiao Jin opened and closed its mouth, they automatically jumped into Xiao Jin's mouth one after another. It looked like a monarch receiving offerings from his subjects. It was especially eye-catching. Xiao Yan's face twitched as he was stunned. In the past half a year, he had suffered a lot in order to refine the lightning. Not only did Xiao Yan have to endure the terrifying power of the lightning, which was unbearable for ordinary people, he also had to suppress the violent nature of the lightning while refining and absorbing it. Although it seemed simple, the pain was something that only Xiao Yan could understand. After all, the lightning bolts were something that even someone like Mu Han would be afraid of. Although they wouldn't take the initiative to attack after being intimidated by Xiao Jin, their passive resistance was still quite powerful. However, Xiao Jin was currently belittling the strength that Xiao Yan had obtained through endless pain as if it was just a game. This was a huge blow to Xiao Yan's heart. When Xiao Yan focused his gaze, his dark black pupils suddenly shrunk. The expression on his face was clearly startled, following which he frowned slightly. He couldn't help but feel astonished by the scene in front of him. As Xiao Jin continued to swallow, Xiao Yan realized that some cuticle-like dou qi crystals had appeared on the surface of Xiao Jin's body. These crystals gradually spread from Xiao Jin's tail. The speed at which they spread was based on the speed at which Xiao Jin swallowed the lightning. Clearly, this was a sign that Xiao Jin was about to fall into a deep slumber. From the looks of it, Xiao Jin will likely fall into a deep slumber for a period of time soon. Xiao Yan's gaze looked at Xiao Jin. His gaze occasionally looked at the golden cuticle that was spreading across Xiao Jin's body at an extremely slow speed as he muttered softly. At the same time, a pretty little girl that looked like she was carved from jade involuntarily appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Back then, Ziyan had also experienced such a situation. Of course, things were different now. He didn't know how long Xiao Jin would fall into a deep slumber this time around. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. He returned to his senses and rested for a moment. A thought passed through his mind and an avatar sat cross-legged opposite of Xiao Yan. Chapter 321. Crackle. The lightning energy also had a tempering effect on one's soul energy. However, in this half a year of cultivation, Xiao Yan's soul energy did not increase by much. Although he had just made a breakthrough, his soul energy was still stuck at the peak late-stage martial emperor realm. Although Xiao Yan was already able to touch the barrier between the martial emperor realm soul and the consolidation realm, he had yet to make a breakthrough. If he was unable to break through this barrier, Xiao Yan would not be able to condense a soul bead, much less become a rank 3 alchemist. Feeling helpless in his heart, he could only place his attention on his incarnation for the time being. No matter what, the strength of his incarnation was also a kind of increase in strength for Xiao Yan. After a long period of refinement, the strength of Xiao Yan's incarnation had successfully broken through to the 2-star half-martial emperor realm. To Xiao Yan, this was something that was within his expectations. As the incarnation was slowly being refined, time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. From the time Xiao Yan entered the lightning pool until now, a year had already passed. In this half a year, the strength of Xiao Yan's incarnation had also increased to that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. It had even reached the late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm. It was only a matter of time before it broke through to the 4-star half-martial emperor realm and reached the same level as Xiao Yan's main body. However, as the strength of his incarnation increased, Xiao Yan gradually started to frown. In the end, his brows started to knit together. When the strength of his incarnation increased to the peak late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm, no matter how Xiao Yan controlled the lightning to refine his incarnation strength was still shackled and could not increase in the slightest. Faced with this situation, Xiao Yan could only frown. He knew that his incarnation's strength had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted his incarnation to break through the bottleneck and become a 4-star half-martial emperor, Xiao Yan's own soul energy must first make a breakthrough. Only when his soul energy reached the consolidation realm would his incarnation's strength have the space to increase. From there, he would be able to make a breakthrough and become a 4-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. After going around in circles, in the end, it was still because his main body was not strong enough. If he couldn't let his soul power break through to the consolidation realm, then his incarnation wouldn't be able to break through the bottleneck and his strength wouldn't be able to increase. However, judging from Xiao Yan's current situation, according to his normal cultivation speed, if Xiao Yan wanted to increase his soul energy to the consolidation realm, he would have to wait until Xiao Yan's strength reached late-stage 4-star half-martial emperor. Only then would he be able to make a breakthrough and condense a soul bead. However, no one knew how long this process would take. In the future, the opponents that Xiao Yan would face would be even more powerful. Especially after he arrived in the western region, as he possessed the Sky Extinction Step, he would be targeted by the 4 great sects sooner or later. At that time, the opponents that Xiao Yan would have to face would not be as simple as half-emperors. Back then, the sect masters of the 4 great sects were already 9-star half-martial emperors. After so many years, they would have definitely broken through their shackles and stepped into the Do-Di level. Do-Di. At that level, even if the current Xiao Yan were to go all out and use all of his methods, he would still not be able to defeat them. As for Xiao Yan, it was impossible for him to trouble Guyu to do everything for him. In the end, he still had to walk his own path. Although Guyu was a protector, he would not be able to protect Xiao Yan forever. If that was really the case, then it could only be said that Guyu had misjudged Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stared at the incarnation before him. After a long time, a stubborn expression gradually appeared on his face. He clenched his teeth tightly and his hands under his sleeves slowly clenched into fists. Low creaking sounds were emitted. After a moment, Xiao Yan said sternly in his heart, "I didn't succeed last time. This time, I will definitely condense a soul bead." Xiao Yan suddenly raised his eyes after the low cries sounded in his heart. He looked at the dark black thunderbolts in the empty space. The lightning strength and pure Do Qi energy contained within them would be his greatest reliance in forming a soul bead this time around. Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. He waved his sleeve and the incarnation before him disappeared. It turned into soul energy and returned to Xiao Yan's body. After that, Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the Northern King and Xiao Jin. After an entire year of devouring and refining, the Northern King's strength had already risen to the peak of the 8-star half-martial emperor level. He was only a step away from becoming a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, from the looks of it, it would not be long before the Northern King would truly become a 9-star half-martial emperor. On the other side, just as Xiao Yan had predicted half a year ago, Xiao Jin's pure Do Qi energy had turned into a crystal and completely enveloped Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Jin seemed to be sleeping as he slowly refined the extremely pure Do Qi energy. When the Do Qi energy was completely refined, Xiao Jin's nirvana would be completed. Seeing that the Northern King and Xiao Jin were on the right track, Xiao Yan felt very gratified in his heart. To Xiao Yan, the strength of these two people was a kind of strength. After resting for a moment, Xiao Yan once again sat down cross-legged. He slowly circulated the flame mantra within his body and adjusted his body's condition to its peak. 2 hours later, Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of his training, slowly opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his dark black pupils. The aura all over his body was withdrawn, much like a hidden dragon in an abyss sharpening its sword and returning it to its sheath. However, the invisible force that was faintly emitted was still like a sharp sword that shook one's soul. Xiao Yan deeply breathed in a mouthful of cool air. At this moment, all the distracting thoughts in his heart had completely calmed down. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes. He was about to enter a state of cultivation. "Xiao Yan, boy, you've only just broken through to the 4-star half-martial emperor level. Are you sure you want to enter the 5-star half-martial emperor level so soon?" Gu Yu's slightly worried voice sounded from Xiao Yan's body. This caused Xiao Yan, who was about to enter a state of cultivation, to frown. The martial technique that he had just circulated in his body also stopped. Sigh. Xiao Yan let out a deep sigh. How could he not understand Gu Yu's words? However, he knew better than anyone that he needed strength. He needed a sufficiently powerful strength in order to possess the ability to protect himself on this continent, where there were so many experts. The path of cultivation is about gradual progress. I know this very well. Time waits for no man. No matter how much logic there is, it's better to talk about it later. Right now, the most important thing is to possess what I have. If I'm not strong enough, I'm afraid that I won't have an easy time when I reach the western region. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Yu also understood in his heart what kind of attitude Xiao Yan held toward him. In the end, Xiao Yan only wished to rely on his own strength. He did not wish to have to hide behind Gu Yu all the way. After all, Gu Yu would not be able to help Xiao Yan deal with every opponent. After being silent for a long time, Gu Yu's slightly gratified sigh sounded from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. After that, Gu Yu laughed heartily and said, That's good. That's what a hot-blooded man should do. You have to face difficulties yourself. Strength is also obtained through fighting. Since you have the heart to do so, this old man will not stop you. I don't want you to say that I'm a busybody. Go, give it your all. As long as you can endure in this lightning pool, this old man believes that breaking through to the 5-star half-martial emperor level will not be a problem. Chapter 322. Boy Xiao Yan, breaking through to the 5th star is not as easy as when you broke through to the 4th star. Back then, your strength was already at the peak of the late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm. Adding on the many battles you had before, it was naturally easy for you to break through to the 5th star. However, it is different now. Gu Yu appeared from Xiao Yan's body and stood before Xiao Yan. He was helping Xiao Yan analyze the difficulties he was currently facing. It has only been half a year since you broke through to the 4th star half-martial emperor realm. A short half a year is not enough for you to increase your strength by much. Even now, the dou qi in your body is still somewhat unstable. To you, who is about to break through to the 5th star half-martial emperor realm, this is not good news. I believe that you should be aware of this. After saying those words, Gu Yu's gaze landed on Xiao Yan. He remained silent. As Xiao Yan was now a 4-star half-martial emperor, he naturally knew the situation he was facing. No matter how much Gu Yu said, it was only to sound the alarm for Xiao Yan before he attempted to break through to the 5th star half-martial emperor realm. As for what to do, it was still up to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan naturally understood the meaning behind Gu Yu's words. To be able to reach his current level, there were actually many things that did not need to be said. He knew what to do. However, before he did it, he was inevitably still worried. He had just broken through to the 4th star half-martial emperor realm. Only half a year had passed. To attempt to break through to the 5th star half-martial emperor realm in such a short period of time would be very stressful for anyone. It would be one thing if he succeeded. However, if he failed, it would not be a simple light injury. If he failed to break through to the 5th star half-martial emperor realm with the strength of an early stage 4-star half-martial emperor, it would lead to a tragic ending. It was very likely that he would suffer for the rest of his life. If it was light, there would be repercussions. If it was heavy, one's strength would decline, and he would be unable to advance for the rest of his life. Regardless of which of these two things happened, Xiao Yan would be in pain for the rest of his life, unable to extricate himself. Fortunately, Gu Yu was by Xiao Yan's side. Although Xiao Yan was a little worried in his heart, he was still confident. This allowed Xiao Yan's mind to not be disturbed when he attempted to break through to the 5th star of the half-martial emperor class. This also increased Xiao Yan's chances of successfully breaking through. After all, sometimes, no matter how difficult the difficulty in front of you was, as long as you had confidence, even if it was only 1 in 10,000, it could be the key to success. Xiao Yan had always believed in this point. Xiao Yan made a decision in his heart. He ceased procrastinating as he lifted his head. His eyes carried a grave expression as they swept over the countless number of dark black frightening thunderbolts within the lightning pool. Currently, Xiao Yan's strength could not be considered to be stable. Ordinarily, it would naturally be impossible for him to break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor in his current state. However, if he were to possess the frightening lightning before him, the result would naturally be different. The berserk energy contained within the lightning energy would be able to help Xiao Yan rapidly condense the illusory dou qi in his body the instant he unleashed his dou qi. Not only that, it would also be able to help Xiao Yan rapidly break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Of course, if he wanted to quickly obtain strength, Xiao Yan would have to endure the berserk energy of the 100 lightning bolts at the same time. As he condensed his dou qi, he would have to refine and absorb all of the berserk energy. Only in this way would Xiao Yan be able to obtain sufficient strength in a short period of time to break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath with some fear in his heart. A thread of cold sweat involuntarily fell from the corner of his forehead, refining 100 dark black thunderbolts at the same time. This kind of action was something that even that old ghost Mu Han did not have the courage to think about, much less him. However, Xiao Yan had no other choice at the moment. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment before his body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within the vortex in his body immediately spread out. Xiao Yan's entire body was filled with a turbulent, heavenly flame, protecting his body. After that, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and frantically devouring power surged out from his mouth. The devouring power turned into a flaming tornado in front of Xiao Yan and frantically devoured the pitch-black lightning bolts within the lightning pool. After the lightning bolts entered Xiao Yan's body, under the dangerous aura of a 4-star half-martial emperor and the high temperature of the heavenly flame, the nearly 100 lightning bolts that were devoured into Xiao Yan's body immediately started to violently struggle. Bang 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 bang. Following the violent struggle of the 100 lightning bolts, bursts of muffled thunder-like banging sounds could be heard from Xiao Yan's body. Extremely frightening berserk energy continued to wreak havoc within Xiao Yan's body. If it wasn't for the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's body would have already turned into a pile of black ashes under the frightening berserk energy. However, even though that was the case, when those frightening lightning bolts erupted with berserk do-chi energy, Xiao Yan still felt very uncomfortable. After the lightning bolts dispersed, the berserk energy started to run amok all over Xiao Yan's body. The unbearable pain and numbness caused all sorts of feelings to well up in Xiao Yan's heart. In front of this berserk energy, even the heavenly flame, which had always been successful, was extremely strenuous to refine. In order to temporarily suppress the situation within his body, Xiao Yan could only use all his strength to temporarily gather the berserk energy together. After which, he used the heavenly flame to form a fire medicinal cauldron to forcefully suppress the berserk energy and temporarily stabilize the situation within his body. After a long period of refinement, Xiao Yan also discovered that this berserk energy was not as easy to refine as he had imagined. Even though he used all his strength to refine it with the heavenly flame, the result was still very little. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel extremely grave. He believed that this refinement would definitely be the greatest challenge that he had ever faced with a heavenly flame. Time swiftly flowed by following the slow refinement of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Another half a year passed. However, the berserk energy within Xiao Yan's body still appeared to be completely indifferent in the face of the frightening heavenly flame that could burn the sky and boil the sea. Instead, under the continuous grilling and refinement of the heavenly flame, the berserk energy and the destructive force of nearly 100 thunderbolts actually gradually merged together in a strange manner within the fire cauldron. The aura that erupted from within also became increasingly frightening. The energy within it was about to reach the point where Xiao Yan was unable to control it. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. However, there was nothing he could do in his heart. The wild and violent energy within his body was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Once he lost control of it, the outcome that Xiao Yan would have to face was that he would be turned into dust. Faced with this current situation, Xiao Yan's heart continued to complain incessantly. In the face of this frightening energy, he felt that his aura of a 4-star ban emperor seemed extremely weak and insignificant. He even regretted doing such a crazy thing back then. However, there was no turning back for an arrow that had been shot. It was already too late to regret now. Xiao Yan no longer had any path of retreat. Once he chose to give up, he would immediately receive a destructive storm-like attack. Relaxing would mean death. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only place all his hope on Guyu, who was within his body. After all, he was the only one who was able to turn the situation around. On the other side, while Xiao Yan's heart was solemn as he placed all his attention on the berserk energy within his body, Little Gold, who was wrapped in an energy cuticle within the lightning pool in the empty realm, actually began to wiggle in an undetectable manner after having slept for a year. Its tightly shut eyes slowly opened. There was a purple-gold luster continuously flowing within its bell-like eyes. Chapter 323. While Xiao Yan was refining the wild and violent energy within his body with great difficulty, there was a square in a bustling city 5,000 kilometers away. At this moment, there were people coming and going in all directions. There were several huge teleportation formations in the square. Many people were using those formations to head to the central region. Apart from a few large forces, only this place had a teleportation formation that led to the central region in the entire southern region. This huge city was also the most bustling city in the entire southern region. The provincial capital of the southern region was called the Southern Wasteland Ancient City. At this moment, on a wide street that led to the square where the teleportation formation was located, a white-clothed figure was approaching from afar. He was slowly walking towards the square. The person seemed to walk slowly, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the soles of his shoes did not touch the ground as he walked. He was walking in the air with wind beneath his feet. Even though he was quite a distance away, he had already arrived in front of the square in the span of a few breaths. When he arrived, the man expressionlessly handed over a large sum of spirit coins that would make anyone's eyes turn red. He then passed through the crowd and stepped into a teleportation formation that had yet to be activated. Only after entering the formation did the man raise his youthful face, which appeared extremely cold. He gently lifted his chin as his gaze shot towards the distant sky in the northwestern direction. An invisible icy aura spread out from his body, causing the few people who were closer to him to involuntarily have a slight change in expression. This icy aura was just like a fierce ghost that had crawled out from hell. Although it did not possess any lethality, it caused one's hair to stand on end. Xiaoyan, just you wait. You destroyed my clan. I will definitely take back this debt. As the man's extremely resentful and hoarse cry rang out, the pair of fair hands hidden under his sleeves slowly clenched. The young man was the first young master of the Su clan, Su Zhen, when Xiaoyan had passed through Yanluo City. In the next moment, the teleportation formation under Su Zhen's feet emitted a dazzling golden light that blocked everyone's sight. Immediately, when the golden light scattered, Su Zhen and the few other human figures in the teleportation formation disappeared from the teleportation formation. The liveliness and prosperity in the city continued. However, there was a monstrous resentment that had yet to completely disappear that lingered above the city for a long time. Bang! An explosion that could no longer be suppressed was emitted from within the vortex. The medicinal cauldron that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame broke. Immediately, an extremely wild and violent Do-Chi energy swiftly swept out. Under this wild and violent energy, all of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame defense was like a thin piece of paper that was easily crushed. Soon after, the energy storm swept toward the tendons and bones in Xiaoyan's body. Under this frightening might, Xiaoyan did not even have the ability to resist. Xiaoyan's face immediately turned pale with fright when the heavenly flame scattered. His heart instantly became incomparably solemn. He hurriedly maneuvered the turbulent Do-Chi within the vortex in his body and agglomerated a layer of solid Do-Chi film within his body, doing his best to block the wild and violent Do-Chi energy. However, despite using all of his strength, Xiaoyan still had difficulty blocking the wild and violent attack of the Do-Chi energy. The wild and violent Do-Chi was like numerous large hammers that violently smashed onto the Do-Chi film that Xiaoyan had agglomerated. Each time it collided, it caused Xiaoyan's expression to become a little paler. In just a short moment, Xiaoyan's face had already become completely bloodless and as pale as paper. Bang! Following another muffled bang sound that was emitted, the Do-Chi film that had agglomerated on the surface of Xiaoyan's chi paths and internal organs finally shattered with a bang. Soon after, the Do-Chi swept out and Xiaoyan could not help but wildly spit out a mouthful of blood. The aura of his entire body also instantly became weak. Roar! Xiaoyan's expression was ferocious. His mouth, which was dyed scarlet by fresh blood, emitted a sharp roar with all of his strength. At the same time, the bloodline strength within the blood in his body was instantly activated. In an instant, the Do-Chi within Xiaoyan's body also became extremely thick and wild and violent. In an instant, this strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the wild and violent Do-Chi energy. At the end of the day, the wild and violent energy was merely an enormous cluster of Do-Chi. After being continuously refined by the heavenly flame for half a year, the wild and violent energy that had erupted from the 100 thunderbolts might have been merged together. However, the degree of its wild and violent nature had clearly decreased. From another perspective, this also indicated the result of the refinement. However, this was ultimately not a long-term solution. With the flow of time, the bloodline strength within Xiaoyan's body was gradually exhausted. The wild and violent Do-Chi actually took the opportunity to invade Xiaoyan's chi paths and flesh. Following this, Xiaoyan's body also began to swell uncontrollably in a strange manner. What? Xiaoyan's heart was extremely alarmed. Originally, he wanted to temporarily suppress the wild and violent energy. Who knew that he would end up overreaching himself and actually end up harming himself? At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was incomparably solemn. Although he had the intention to stop the wild and violent Douqi energy, the Douqi within his body had already been scattered by the energy in his current condition. He was also unable to agglomerate the heavenly flame. He could only watch with his own eyes as his body gradually swelled like an inflated balloon under the energy. However, there was nothing he could do. Damn it! Within a short moment, Xiao Yan's body had already forcefully expanded by more than 3 times compared to its original size. His entire person looked just like a huge bear. The flesh all over his body had been torn apart under the impact of the energy. Fresh blood spurted out from the cracks all over Xiao Yan's body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Within a short span of a few breaths, Xiao Yan had been completely dyed into a terrifying-looking blood person. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly. His scarlet eyes were protruding to a high degree. His eyeballs were about to split apart. The veins on his forehead bulged and almost twisted into a ball. His face that was dyed red with fresh blood appeared extremely distorted. The muscles around his neck appeared as though they were about to be torn apart. From head to toe, as long as he could still control his body at this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was not tense. Due to the extreme condensation of the energy, wherever the muscles bulged, the torn wound would become even larger. His flesh and blood would be torn apart and fresh blood would spurt out. It was incomparably terrifying. It was likely that even a bloodthirsty magic beast would feel fear in its heart and crawl and tremble if it saw this kind of scene. Pucci, that was not all. Dazzling scarlet blood continued to spurt out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Waves of dizziness continuously appeared in his mind. However, the tearing pain in his body caused Xiao Yan to be forced into a state of unconsciousness. It was extremely painful. Ah! A hoarse roar was emitted like thunder. The empty space became distorted and burst apart under this roar. Xiao Yan's body was still wildly swelling in an uncontrollable manner. Even so, Gu Yu, who was residing in Xiao Yan's body, did not have any intention of saving him. He was waiting. He was waiting for the final moment to arrive. If he took action now, Xiao Yan would definitely be saved. However, his persistence over the past half a year and all the pain he had endured would be in vain. This was what Xiao Yan did not want to see. It was also Gu Yu's final determination. How could Gu Yu not be moved when he saw Xiao Yan in such pain? However, sometimes, strength was hard to come by. If one did not fight with their life on the line, one would never know how great one's potential was. If one did not persist, one would never know how far one was from success. Perhaps, Gu Yu's persistence in waiting for this short period of time would give Xiao Yan a rare opportunity. And this wait went on for 3 days. With the strength of Xiao Yan's body, he could still barely hold on for 3 days. However, if this continued, Xiao Yan would not be too far away from death. Sigh. You're a little too hasty. You are indeed a little impatient. How could it be so easy to make consecutive breakthroughs? Moreover, you are now a half-martial emperor. However, it is already very good for you to be able to reach this stage. Such courage is something that not many people possess. Moreover, you were able to endure for such a long time under the destruction of these energies. Gu Yu frowned as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was covered in blood. He could not bear to see him like this. However, at the same time, he was gratified. Xiao Yan's actions were indeed crazy. The end result was indeed tragic. However, no matter what, Xiao Yan was able to persist for such a long time under the berserk energy that even a 9-star half-martial emperor did not dare to underestimate. This alone was enough to prove that Xiao Yan was not ordinary. Today's failure might leave Xiao Yan with a lot of pain. However, this pain would also wake up Xiao Yan in the future. He would not be blinded by anything he did. There were losses, but there were also gains. A soft light flashed and Gu Yu appeared. He waved his sleeve and was about to help Xiao Yan suppress the berserk energy in his body. Roar! However, at this moment, the entire lightning pool suddenly shook violently. Terrifying energy ripples swept across the entire lightning pool. Gu Yu's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and saw the source of the energy ripples. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. At this moment, one could see a 99-foot-long golden dragon floating in the empty realm lightning pool. Its frightening pressure caused the thunderbolts to tremble. At the same time, Guyu sensed that the wild and violent energy within Xiaoyan's body had been withdrawn a little under the pressure of the enormous dragon. Roar! The huge dragon widened its mouth. A dragon roar that reached the sky was accompanied by a golden light pillar that shot into the endless void and disappeared into the depths. Soon after, the huge dragon's body suddenly turned. It was accompanied by a violent wind that sent the nearby thunderbolts flying by 1,000 feet. The huge dragon head lifted high and a proud dragon roar was emitted once again. Soon after, a terrifying golden thunderbolt roared out from the deepest part of the lightning pool in the endless void. Soon after, the huge golden dragon roared furiously in front of Guyu's eyes and swallowed the thunderbolt. After swallowing the thunderbolt, the huge dragon symbolically snorted. After which, it looked at Xiaoyan, who was covered in blood, beside Guyu. The strange purple-gold light in its huge dragon eyes gradually became denser. Chapter 324. Xiao Jin's large body carefully wrapped around the blood-drenched Xiaoyan in the middle of the lightning pool. Soon after, waves of low and deep dragon roars sounded. A strange pressure was emitted from Xiao Jin's body, causing all the thunderbolts in the lightning pool to tremble. Xiao Jin was just like the king of this place. Every change in its mood would cause a change in all the thunderbolts in the lightning pool. If Xiao Jin could only exert a little pressure on these thunderbolts a year and a half ago, it could now control the life and death of these thunderbolts. These fellows, with their weak intelligence, had no choice but to obey Xiao Jin's every order in order to survive in this lightning pool. Xiao Yan's expanding body calmed down after the pressure was emitted from Xiao Jin's body. The wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body was gradually withdrawn into the vortex within Xiao Yan's body because of Xiao Jin's pressure. The appearance of this scene not only surprised Xiao Yan, who was currently suffering, but even Guyu, who was standing behind Xiao Jin, revealed a trace of surprise in his turbid old eyes. Xiao Yan's body, which was on the verge of exploding, became like a deflated balloon as the wild and violent energy gradually gathered. His body gradually returned to its original size. However, the serious injuries that he had suffered caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty moving. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly in his heart. However, he did not dare to relax his body. This was because the moment he relaxed, the tensed wounds all over his body would loosen. Fresh blood would flow out even more ferociously than before, and the pain that he suffered would increase once again. In this way, Xiao Yan was just like an injured infant being hugged by the enormous dragon. Guyu did not remain idle. He first fed Xiao Yan an extremely gentle D-tier healing medicinal pill, after which he helped Xiao Yan wipe away the blood on his body. However, the expression in Guyu's old eyes involuntarily hardened just as he was about to act. He focused his eyes and saw that Xiao Jin, who was gently wrapping around Xiao Yan's body, was gradually absorbing the blood that was flowing out from Xiao Yan's body. The blood followed the bright golden dragon scales and flowed to the joints between the dragon scales. It followed the gaps and was absorbed into Xiao Jin's body. Guyu's expression did not change much when he saw this scene. However, a strange glint involuntarily flashed across his turbid old eyes. A moment later, Guyu turned his eyes after the blood on Xiao Yan's body had been completely absorbed by Xiao Jin. He looked at Xiao Jin's large dragon eyes. It is indeed like this again. At this moment, there was a rich purple-gold light flowing deep within Xiao Jin's large dragon eyes. Xiao Jin involuntarily emitted a deep dragon roar from its mouth, causing the entire space to tremble. A long while later, the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill in Xiao Yan's body took effect. The mysterious D-tier medicinal pill was immediately revealed. Within a short few hours, most of the injuries on Xiao Yan's body had healed. Of course, this was also because Xiao Yan's injuries were only physical. Although they appeared extremely terrifying, it was fortunate that they did not cause any serious damage to his cultivation or soul. Otherwise, even with the D-tier medicinal pill, Xiao Yan would not have been able to recover so quickly. With the rapid recovery of his injuries, the aura within Xiao Yan's body also gradually recovered. A few days later, Xiao Yan's complexion had once again become rosy. He immediately entered his training state again. This time, with Xiao Jin's absolute suppression, the wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body had turned into a cluster of extremely gentle and enormous dou qi. As long as Xiao Yan devoured it, he would have the opportunity to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan would not hesitate when faced with such an opportunity. Compared to the wild and violent state from before, it was much easier to refine and absorb the dou qi at this moment. As the heavenly flame continued to refine the dou qi, Xiao Yan's strength also rapidly increased. In a short 2 months, Xiao Yan's strength had increased from an initial 4-star half-martial emperor to an intermediate Xiao Yan. The refining process within his body continued. Xiao Yan's strength also continued to grow. Ha! With a loud shout, Xiao Yan borrowed the final strand of dou qi from within his body and attempted to break through the barrier to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Bang! A muffled bang sound was heard from within Xiao Yan's body. However, after several attempts, Xiao Yan ultimately returned in disappointment. Although Xiao Yan's strength had reached the late stage of a 4-star half-martial emperor after devouring the dou qi, the amount of dou qi that he needed to break through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor was far more than this. With merely this amount of dou qi, it was simply impossible for him to break through the barrier to become a 4-star half-martial emperor and become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Damn it! Why did it have to go wrong at such a time? Sensing the gap between his strength and that formless barrier, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a bit of anger in his heart. He did not expect that the amount of dou qi that he had risked his life to refine was only this amount of dou qi. Although the current Xiao Yan seemed to have reached the late stage of a 4-star half-martial emperor, the amount of dou qi that he had broken through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor did not need to be said. Although the strength that he had gained in a short period of time did not seem weak, if he were to fight against an expert of the same level as him, he would discover that the density of his dou qi was simply inferior to that of his opponent. Regardless of whether it was the collision of dou skills or the consumption of dou qi, he would be greatly inferior to that of his opponent. Thus, his overall strength would naturally be inferior by a large margin. This was also the thing that Xiao Yan had always feared the most when increasing his strength. To Xiao Yan, forcefully breaking through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor was not a small matter to begin with. He also knew that after becoming a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would likely have to spend a very long period of time to break through. However, in order to allow his soul strength and incarnation strength to break through, he had no choice but to take this risk. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that he had rejoiced for nothing. Damn it! I've worked so hard, but in the end, I'm still unable to break through. Could it be that I'm really going to fail at the final stage? Today, I will definitely break through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knitted together. The flames of fury in his heart immediately rose, and a ruthless aura emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yan no longer cared about anything else. He forcibly operated the dou qi within his body and began to attack the barrier between him and the 5-star half-martial emperor. In an instant, Xiao Yan's reason was actually drowned by the flames of fury in his heart. He wholeheartedly wanted to forcefully break through the barrier and forcefully increase his strength to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, he had completely forgotten about his current state. Break for me! Furious shouts filled with madness unceasingly erupted from the bottom of his heart. With a thought, the dou qi within the vortex within his body started to violently surge. The flame technique was rapidly operated. Borrowing the dou qi within his body, he forcefully attacked the barrier of the 5-star half-martial emperor. Bang! Bang! As Xiao Yan unceasingly attacked the barrier again and again, the breakthrough that he had imagined did not appear in the slightest. This caused Xiao Yan to become even more furious. His body that was sitting cross-legged suddenly shook. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and his mouth opened wide. His eyes and mouth simultaneously emitted a magnificent fiery radiance. His aura continued to rise as he charged toward the 5-star half-martial emperor. At this very moment, Guyu was finally unable to sit still. He had originally thought that with Xiao Yan's temperament, it would be fine if he failed a few times, and that he would naturally retreat in the face of difficulties. However, who would have thought that he would actually be muddle-headed at this moment and insist on trying to forcefully break through? From the looks of it, it would be very difficult to forcefully pull him back. This brat, he has already suffered once. Why is he still so immature? If he fails, then he fails. At the very most, he can just cultivate again. Why is he still so stubborn? Seeing Xiao Yan's crazy actions, Guyu felt helpless in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan's aura was at its peak. If he were to forcefully interrupt it, it would likely affect Xiao Yan's future cultivation. Thus, he could only helplessly hope that Xiao Yan would be able to forcefully break through. Only by doing so would he be able to stabilize his current state of mind. Chapter 325. Break for me. Xiao Yan once again let out a furious roar in his heart. All the dou qi in his body surged out at this moment. He used all his strength to attack the barrier between Xiao Yan and the 5th-star half-martial emperor. Bang! Unfortunately, regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, that layer of invisible barrier still did not move even a little. Regardless of how powerful Xiao Yan's attacks were, they were all useless. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's own strength that suffered an extremely great backlash under the repeated attacks. Xiao Yan's aura had also become weak. If this continued, it was likely that his strength would be greatly affected. This brat, I cannot allow him to continue. If this continues, I'm afraid that even the old me will not be able to control the outcome. Guyu muttered softly after seeing Xiao Yan forcefully maneuver the dou qi within his body with a crazy expression to attack the barrier of a 5-star bandit. A solemn expression involuntarily rose in Guyu's heart as he softly muttered. Given Xiao Yan's current condition, it was impossible for him to forcefully break through to the 5th star without the support of sufficient pure dou qi. Although there was an uncountable amount of lightning energy in this space, Xiao Yan did not have the time to refine it at this moment. Guyu might be able to help Xiao Yan break through to the 5th star, but he would not do so. His bottom line was to ensure that Xiao Yan was safe. Guyu could only rely on himself to break through. When Xiao Yan once again failed to attack the barrier, Guyu finally grasped the opportunity. His body moved, and he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. He extended a finger and shot it toward the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Roar! However, just as Guyu's finger was about to land between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, Xiao Jin, who was lingering around Xiao Yan, suddenly emitted a low roar. The dragon roar was like an enormous wave that swept toward Guyu along with a powerful invisible wave. Guyu's expression was involuntarily startled when he saw this. His body took 2 steps back. Only then did he wave his sleeve and randomly break the invisible wave that was heading toward him. After which, he frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Jin. The corner of his mouth curled as he reprimanded Xiao Jin. Little fellow, can't you tell that I am trying to save him? Why are you so stubborn? If the old me still does not act, this brat's future training will be troublesome. Xiao Jin clearly understood Guyu's words, but he did not have any intention of giving way. Instead, his enormous body once again twisted and completely surrounded Xiao Yan. In this way, Guyu would have to go through Xiao Jin if he wanted to approach Xiao Yan. Guyu involuntarily felt a little surprised when he saw Xiao Jin's actions. Although Xiao Jin had yet to take human form, his intelligence was not inferior to an ordinary human. However, his actions did not seem like he was trying to save Xiao Yan. Little fellow, hurry up and move aside. Xiao Yan will be hopeless if you delay any longer. Guyu once again frowned at Xiao Jin and softly reprimanded him. He felt helpless in the face of Xiao Jin's stubbornness. Xiao Jin had an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Yan. This caused Guyu to feel quite worried when facing Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Yan no longer had a choice in the current situation. If Guyu did not intervene, Xiao Yan would really be beyond saving. Little fellow, why are you adding trouble at such a critical moment? Give way to the old me, Guyu frowned and sighed. His heart was filled with helplessness. His shriveled hand was suddenly extended from under his sleeve and attempted to forcefully pull Xiao Jin aside. However, Xiao Jin's enormous body suddenly shook the next moment. Soon after, a dazzling golden light was emitted from Xiao Jin's body, illuminating the dark lightning pool until it was as bright as day. Soon after, Xiao Jin let out an earth-shaking dragon roar at the sky. The roar was like thunder, shaking the world. Immediately, a purple-gold Do-Chi light pillar shot out of Xiao Jin's mouth and entered the endless empty space above. The next moment, thunderbolts gathered. Hundreds of dark black thunderbolts swiftly gathered together under Xiao Jin's control. The wild, violent energy within them was forcefully destroyed by Xiao Jin. After which, the refined thunderbolt strength was carefully poured into Xiao Yan's body under Xiao Jin's control. With the support of this powerful strength, the weak aura within Xiao Yan's body swiftly recovered. Although he was unable to completely control this external Do-Chi, it was more than enough to break through the 5-star barrier within a short period of time. With the support of this Do-Chi, Xiao Yan's furious heart finally calmed down. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan recover his rationality with his head covered in perspiration. When he recalled the crazy actions that he had done earlier, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. There was actually a kind of bone-chilling feeling in his heart. His forehead once again involuntarily emitted large beads of cold sweat. It was difficult to imagine that if he had continued to act so crazily without Gu Yu and Xiao Jin by his side, it was likely that his cultivation would stagnate once he recovered his consciousness. He would remain at the level of a 4-star ban emperor for the rest of his life. You stinking brat! How many times have I told you to cultivate step by step? Yet you insist on going against the flow. It's not like you're lucky today. Just this lightning pool alone is enough for you to die 1,000,000 times over. May I ask why you still dare to be so bold? Gu Yu's face was stern as he involuntarily reprimanded Xiao Yan after seeing that he was fine. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly. He lifted his eyes and coincidentally met Gu Yu's eyes that were filled with seriousness. His heart involuntarily trembled as he awkwardly smiled and did not say anything else. Gu Yu curled his lips and shook his head when he saw this. He was too lazy to say anything else. His tone was a little impatient as he spoke. Quickly refine the energy within your body. Honestly speaking, if it were not for this little fellow, you might not even have been able to maintain your strength, much less break through to the 5th-star ban emperor. Xiao Yan only raised his head to look at Xiao Jin after hearing Gu Yu's words. The latter lowered its large head and looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes contained gratitude as he gently smiled at Xiao Jin. Little fellow, it's all thanks to you. Roar. After Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Xiao Jin let out a thunderous dragon roar. After which, Xiao Yan no longer procrastinated. He sat down cross-legged and rapidly adjusted his condition. A moment later, he once again entered his cultivation state. This time, Xiao Yan was absolutely confident that he would be able to break through to the 5th-star ban emperor. While the situation on Xiao Yan's side gradually stabilized, the eyes of 3 human figures, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, suddenly hardened. Immediately, they swiftly turned their gazes in the direction where Xiao Yan was located. The eyes of the 3 of them were filled with a solemn expression. This dragon roar is from the fellow I sensed last time? If that is the case, its growth speed is truly terrifying. In a large hall, an old man in a golden robe was looking in Xiao Jin's direction with a solemn expression. The murmurs that came from his mouth all contained amazement towards that so-called person. In the next moment, the old man suddenly turned around and walked to the front of the hall with large strides. He placed his hands behind his back and stared at the void before him. Men! After the old man's words left his mouth, the void before him suddenly distorted. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. The figure bowed and cupped his hands towards the old man. He respectfully said, "Clan head, what are your orders?" "Inform Long Lin to return to the clan. There is no need to continue searching. This old man will personally go and meet that person." The old man's tone was indifferent as he spoke. When the black-robed man heard this, his pair of golden pupils under the black robe couldn't help but flash a strange look. Who was it that could make their patriarch pay so much attention to him that he actually went to see him in person? Although the black-robed man was curious, he did not ask too much. He nodded and slowly disappeared from the old man's sight with the questions in his heart. Chapter 326. Ha! With a clear roar, the aura of Xiaoyan, who was seated in the air, immediately soared. In a short moment, the aura within Xiaoyan's body had become extremely terrifying. A couple of breaths later, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. A pair of dark black clear eyes immediately shot out two brilliant fire glows. The flames were like arrows that pierced through the clouds. They instantly pierced through the air and entered the endless darkness. Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. His body twisted and he stood up in the air. All the strength in his body poured out. The space around his body was unable to withstand this frightening strength. After an intense distortion, it shattered with a bang. As he sensed the strength in his body that was several times stronger than it was a month ago, Xiaoyan's face finally revealed a relaxed smile. After suffering so much, he had finally broken through to the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm. He gently clenched his hand. An invisible force gathered in his palm. Xiaoyan did not doubt that as long as he casually waved his hand, the space in front of him would be instantly torn apart. No one could have imagined that such a frightening destructive strength was actually hidden under this seemingly frail body. Xiaoyan clenched his hands tightly. His body suddenly shook. His body twisted slightly. Soon after, the cracking sound of bones colliding was emitted from all over his body. A comfortable feeling that he had not felt for a long time slowly rose in Xiaoyan's heart. "Ha, brat, your breakthrough this time around was really not easy." Gu Yu's soft laughter was faintly transmitted. Although he was dissatisfied with Xiaoyan's crazy actions from before, no matter what, Xiaoyan's current increase in strength was real. At this moment, the process was no longer important. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a great emotion in his heart when he heard this. He gently nodded and exhaled a long breath of air. He lifted his eyes and looked at the thunderbolts that were still drifting in the empty space. His heart no longer had the fear from the beginning. A long while later, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his gaze. However, at the same time, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. With a thought, frightening spiritual strength rapidly surged out from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. It condensed into an incarnation with the strength of a peak-advanced 3-star half-martial emperor beside Xiaoyan. This time around, I'll take all these cultivation resources. As the mocking laughter sounded, the incarnation beside Xiaoyan suddenly shook. It raised its sharp eyes and looked at the thunderbolts. Without any hesitation, under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, it instantly charged into the hundreds of frightening thunderbolts. Crackle! As the incarnation charged into the thunderbolts, the sound of thunderbolts exploding was immediately heard. However, Xiaoyan's face did not reveal the slightest bit of surprise. With a thought, the cultivation technique in the incarnation's body began to circulate. A frightening suction force immediately surged out and pulled the surrounding thunderbolts closer. As the cultivation technique in the incarnation's body circulated, the thunderbolts were continuously absorbed into the incarnation's body. They were rapidly refined and raised the incarnation's strength. Putting aside the incarnation for the time being, Xiaoyan turned his gaze and looked at the North King. After a year and a half of being baptized by thunderbolts, the current North King's body was incomparably tough. The pitch-black color on his body appeared even more profound. It was like a solid black hole. In front of this strange darkness, even sunlight would be swallowed up. Xiaoyan was able to clearly see everything when he came close. His heart involuntarily felt shocked when he stared at the Northern King's body. This strange darkness had actually caused even his mind to fall into it. "Good fellow. After a year and a half of continuous devouring, your strength has indeed increased by quite a bit. Who would have thought that even I would almost fall into your trap?" Sensing the strangeness of the North King's body, Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim. It was only then that he noticed that the North King had stopped devouring the thunderbolts. Although the North King's body was still emitting that strange suction force that attracted the thunderbolts to his body, it could only revolve around the North King's body. Even if it came into contact with the North King's body, It would be forcefully repelled by the thunderbolts in his body and could not be absorbed. Could this be the North King's limit? Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. If that was the case, then the North King's help to Xiaoyan in the future would probably gradually disappear. This could be considered a great loss to Xiaoyan. After all, the North King's original body was from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Even such a terrifying clan could only develop to such a stage after being refined into a puppet. This was truly a great loss to Xiaoyan. Soon after, however, Xiaoyan swiftly discovered some clues. Although the North King before him seemed to be unable to devour the thunderbolts anymore, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was still some thunderbolts in the North King's body that had not been completely devoured. It was being devoured at an extremely slow speed by the North King. However, before the thunderbolts were completely devoured, the North King would not be able to continue devouring them. In other words, the North King's strength had not reached its limit. He merely needed some time to digest the power he had gained in the past year and a half. Boom. Xiaoyan had just put down the matter of the Northern King in his heart when an intense explosive sound suddenly sounded within the lightning pool in the empty realm. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not become grave when he heard this explosion. Instead, he revealed a joyous smile. This was because this explosion had been transmitted from the avatar. I didn't expect my incarnation to break through so much faster than my original body. However, this is also good. It has saved me a lot of time. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile. His 5 fingers were spread out from deep within his palm. Immediately, a frightening suction force surged from his palm. Following a sharp rushing wind sound, the avatar swiftly broke through the air and arrived in front of Xiaoyan in a flash. Not bad. This aura is indeed that of a 4-star half-martial emperor. My incarnation has broken through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor. My original body has broken through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. The North King's strength has also increased by quite a bit. I wonder what Mu Han will think if they meet again. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an extremely icy cold smile as he summarized his gains during these 2 years within the lightning pool. He recalled Mu Han. Even until now, he still remembered the icy cold killing intent that Mu Han had revealed on his face when he had attacked him. If possible, Xiaoyan would definitely not mind letting Mu Han die by his hands. Alright. I've stayed here for 2 years. Now, it's time to leave. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan turned around and recalled the North King and his incarnation. His body moved. Behind him, Xiao Jin, who had transformed into a huge dragon, quickly flew towards the void lightning pool's passageway. A moment later, Xiaoyan frowned as he stood in the void. He felt a little troubled in his heart. Just as Gu Li had said, the void lightning pool's passageway would automatically close after half a year. Currently, he was unable to leave this place. Xiaoyan's eyes were grave as he looked at the huge lightning pillar in front of him. He felt helpless in his heart. In front of this lightning pillar, even his void great Tao would not be able to bring him out of this place. Sigh, old Gu, I'm afraid that I'll have to trouble you this time around. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly in his heart. In the end, he still placed his hopes on Guyu. After all, only Guyu had the means to subdue this lightning pillar in front of him. Guyu chuckled upon hearing this. He did not reveal himself. Instead, he laughed mockingly within Xiaoyan's body. Hee brat, don't look for this old man for such matters. This old man will not help you in this void lightning pool. You can ask this little fellow beside you for help. Guyu's words were not only directed at Xiaoyan. Hence, Xiao Jin, who was beside Xiaoyan, also heard it clearly. Subsequently, he saw Xiaoyan's slightly surprised gaze and immediately raised his huge head. It was as though he was proudly waiting for Xiaoyan's request. Xiaoyan could only helplessly curl his lips in response. He rolled his eyes at Xiao Jin. Only then did Xiaoyan curl his lips and say, "All right, stop playing. I know that you have the ability to do so. I know that you are powerful. All right, now is not the time to play around. If you want to play, you should wait until we get out of here." Xiao Jin could only lower his head in boredom after hearing Xiao Yan's urging words. He ceased procrastinating as his enormous body slowly twisted. He widened his dragon mouth and emitted a low and deep dragon roar at the lightning pillar, which was many times thicker than him. In the next moment, following the distortion of space, the lightning pool slowly appeared in front of Xiao Jin. The active thunderbolts within it had also completely disappeared. With Xiao Jin present, they really did not dare to act as rashly as they usually did. Xiao Yan involuntarily praised Xiao Jin upon seeing this. Xiao Jin immediately roared out in joy. Xiao Yan also laughed softly. Soon after, he entered the lightning pool tunnel with Xiao Jin and swiftly flew out of the tunnel.